Green is represented by this area where the site of the actual community building is going to be placed. To the rear is an area known as Mampits Meadow, which will provide a public amenity space with children's play space, shelter, and linear walk. This area is known as Mampits Square. It's an area with a convenience store and post office in this location here, the seating area. And it's felt that the layout of this particular scheme adds to it completes essentially the public realm of Mampits Square with a building in this location here with natural surveillance over the square. This is the proposed layout. It was previously, members had a problem with this linear parking layout, considering it wasn't adequately landscaped and constituted an urbanisation of the area along with the building itself. So this application has in fact been amended by the provision of heavy standards in between the parking spaces in order to break up the linear form of the parking and add some street trees in accordance with the neighbourhood plan and in accordance with paragraph 136 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which suggests street line trees should be encouraged in developments. As you can see, the building itself is located in this location with an area of Mampits Green retained for open space and community events for future users of the development, and the linear walk and park area in the area of Mampits Meadow. These are some conceptual drawings of the proposed building itself. So it will be a 1.5 story structure. This view shows it facing onto Mampits Green. This view shows from Mampits Square with the backdrop of trees, which will form a nice backdrop to the development. Officers consider that the scale of the building won't overwhelm its setting. This drawing shows the community hub building from the area of the linear parking. You can see a vehicle here. So the linear parking will face onto Mampits Lane, and the vehicles will have the opportunity to drive directly into and out of that parking area. Here we have a floor plan of the proposed community hub. So at ground floor level, we have a community cafe and a meeting space in this location here. It will be a flexibly utilised building. There's an opportunity to divide the building if community requires use of this area and privacy from the cafe, or it can be opened up to create a bigger community space for larger events. There will be seating outside overlooking the green to take advantage of the open aspect in that direction. At first floor level, albeit utilising the existing roof space, or the proposed roof space, will be an office. The applicant has made it clear that it is not intending to rent this for any ad hoc commercial purpose, but it's likely to be used for community use, such as a satellite office for the town council or such like community use. There are some photographs of the site. So this is the seating area within Mampits Square looking towards this site itself. The backdrop of these trees are protected by TPO and will be retained. A similar view with some of the residential development that was completed between 2011 and 2016 on Mampits Lane. Yeah, and this is a view of Mampits Green, was just to demonstrate the scale of some of the buildings that are surrounding the proposal site, the green. So some of these buildings are three stories tall. So this partly informs the officer opinion that the building that's proposed is not an overwhelming structure. It's quite a modest structure of good quality design and appearance. This slide shows the position of the proposed parking area. So at the moment, it's just an area of grass verge. with a pavement in front. So this pavement will be removed and a pavement provided to the rear of the parking area, with cars parked at right angles to Mampits Lane that can drive in and reverse out safely. The highway engineer feels there's no reason to resist this proposal on grounds of highway safety. Obviously, this area will be greened up and landscaped with the provision of heavy sanded tree specimens to enhance the public realm. Yeah, and this slide shows from a position further back that the position of the parking area on the verge. This lay-by parking area in this location here will be retained for use by current users. This area shows Mampits Meadow, which will be laid out formally for public amenity space. There has been some debate over whether this is an appropriate site for the community hub. Members will be aware that an alternative scheme has been approved on the site of Mampits Meadow. But this demonstrates that this plan was prepared as part of the Section 106 back in 2007, and it was envisaged even at that point that a building may be appropriate in this location, albeit with parking to the rear of the building. But this would have resulted in erosion of the green, the Mampits Green. So the scheme in front of you proposes the linear parking alternative with the building set back in order to preserve that area of green and creates a more pleasant environment for the centre, and as well as retain an area of open space for use by the community. I think, well, going back to the section one, it's important that members realise that this planning application, it's not an either-or scenario. It's not the purpose of this planning committee to decide whether the community scheme comes forward or the town council scheme comes forward. Each scheme's got to be determined on its own merits, and officers consider the scheme before you today is acceptable in all respects. It's in a sustainable location. It's acceptable in terms of its scale, layout, design, and landscaping. No negative impact on amenity. And the parking reviews is made. Impact on road safety. Will obviously provide a much needed community facility to serve the local community, which is a sparse provision of such community hub in the locality, and it complies with the policies of the development plan. So accordingly, it's recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jim. Can I please ask Peter Yeo to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Just 1 moment. Good afternoon, Chair, ladies and gentlemen, officers. I am Councillor Peter Yeo, East Ward, Shaftesbury Town Council. I'm also trustee of the resident charity, the Mampits Lane Community Land Trust.
Excuse me, could you please sit down?
Sit down.
So it's on that microphone so that it can be heard. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I'll start again. Just 1 minute. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Microphone
That one?
on the right there.
The one on the right.
What's lit up?
That's
Red one?
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Right, excellent, thanks. I'll start again. My name is Councillor Peter Yeo. I'm an East Ward councillor, unlike the 3 councillors you've got here today who do not represent the East Ward of Shaftesbury. These 3 are all West Ward councillors. So I am an East Ward Shaftesbury Town councillor, but I'm also a resident of Mampits Lane. I live right near here by the Spar shop. I'll be looking out into this every day. I'm also a trustee of the residents charity, the Mampits Lane Community Land Trust, whose excellent proposal gained planning approval in March this year, the same day that town council's one, which got rejected, which is 99% the same as this one. Amazingly, this proposal you've got here today has not been lawfully submitted because it's never been in front of Shaftesbury Town Council. It's never been voted upon. It was just sent in by the town clerk without any ratification of the full council. So that's one reason to reject it. It's not a lawful planning application. Another reason is it does not actually comply with the Section 106 agreement for the whole estate. We just heard that apparently it's not a commercial operation, but that's exactly what they've applied for. They've applied to use it for B1 office space, which is a commercial operation. And if you look at the Town Council's whole S106 application, it all revolves around this community hub being run as a commercial operation with paid staff there during the day and it being closed in the evening. I put it to you that there's no way it's going to be sustainable because people haven't got the time or the money to spend all day there buying commercial food and drinks when they're actually at work or at home working from home. They don't need office space. What they want is a neighbourhood hall as intended by the S106 agreement that they can hire at low cost when they actually want it. There's lots of other things wrong with this planning application. It does not comply with numerous other policies, the NPC policy framework, policy SFD H5 of the Shaftesbury Neighbourhood Plan, policy 24 of the North Dorset Local Plan. These were all reasons that were found earlier this year to reject it because the parking hasn't changed. It's still all around the edge of the green. How Highways have approved it, I cannot understand. It's dangerous. They've said they're going to put bollards there to stop it being a free-for-all parking. So what are they going to have? A bollard attendant? You know, it's not going to work. People are going to illegally park. It's a dangerous corner on Maple Road. And also they are
30
building...
seconds.
How many?
30 seconds left.
Right, thank you. They are building all over the village green, urbanising it. They planted a few trees to try and camouflage what they're doing. It's a very poor use of the whole site. It's unfortunate that everyone here hasn't seen a good proposal for this site, the one that the residents put together and which got planning approval in March. I sincerely hope that you do not approve it because the residents do not want it. If you look at the planning portal, only 9 people supported it and 6 of those were the town councillors.
3 minutes are up.
Okay, 6 of those were town councillors and 3 of them were friends of town councillors.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so please do not approve it.
Could I please ask Sean Larrington Wyman to speak?
Hello, do I need to press any buttons or is it okay? Still on.
It's not. The right hand.
Okay, if you press the button
That's
on
it.
the right. Okay, please start.
Right. I've got brain damage, so please, from a car crash, so if I that's all go and just please bear with me. I'm Sean Anderson. My family's home is at 83 Apple Road, which is the south of the proposed community hub. It's directly adjacent to the western end of Mappin Spring and overlooks it. Currently, we enjoy the pleasure of looking out on green and the line of trees, and it's beautiful. It is a village green. My daughter, my wife, her friends, and I, we play on this green. It is a highly popular spot for ball games, tree swings, community events, and for dog walkers to meet and chat. It's also very nice to have a nice, large open space at Mampet Square, so we're not forced to be surrounded with urban development. I went there one day and asked what was the rationale of romping this great big community hall when there's plenty of space behind the line of trees for it. And the answer was urbanisation. They wanted to increase the urbanisation because there's a spa across the road. With respect, we, the residents, do not want urbanisation. We've got a lovely village green there. The Town Council's planning application totally ignores disregards and permanently supports all of these points. They have totally ignored the residents' wishes. A few councillors turned up one weekend with a gazebo on the site and showed residents that already pre-designed proposal to build all over the green and do nothing constructive on the main parts of the land. We and many other residents strongly objected to their proposal. This is a very, very poor use of the overall site. Their proposed parking, with all respect, is dangerous. It's dangerous now. So having cars parked, on the edge, which is a road where cars career around 30 miles an hour, it's not going to help. Their proposal means that cars will have to legally park and try to find someone on the inside of their proposed hub to put the bonnet down and then drive over the pavement. Now that doesn't make sense. Space will be used by residents, and the cars will be illegally parked while they try and get access It's totally uncontrollable, impractical, and very dangerous. I've sent photographs to the council. You can see what it's like, and the traffic going up and down. It just won't work. We live there. We know. It must be noted that none of the councillors behind this planning application actually live near the site, and none of them live on
30
the
seconds.
The motivation, 30 seconds.
30
Right, okay. The motivation is not to give the residents what they want, it's to stop the residents getting what they want. I see the two councillors here, Ed Jones and Holmes, very nice people, no doubt, but they don't live on the estate. They are not local residents, and I can't understand why this is being imposed on us by people from outside, especially when it's so illogical.
Okay, thank you. Your
Okay.
3 minutes are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please could I ask Paul Glennon to speak?
This is the previous one. I don't think they can find.
What's the only person that has it conflict?
Yeah.
Oops.
It's red. Do I still need to press it, I think?
So it should be on all residents, so that the red light is on.
Good morning. My name is Paul Glennon. I live at 16 Maple Road. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. I live in East Shaftesbury, a few seconds walk from the site. I am extremely opposed to this application. Every day I walk my dog on the grass village green area at the western end of the site, as do so many other residents. No one I have spoken to supports this planning application. The town council have ignored all protests against this scheme, intent to destroy the urbanise this much loved village green open space. There is no material difference between this town council planning application and the one that was rejected by the committee in March. The 2-storey building is still proposed to be built in the same place on our much utilised village green area. This tall building will still block out the view of the existing trees and of the vista of the Camper and Chase area of outstanding natural beauty to the east, when viewed from Manpit Square. It also urbanises our village green, and with total illogical and uncontrollable and dangerous parking around the edge of the green on the double bend of Maple Road. The only noticeable change now is that they have cobbled on a few trees and tried and camouflage the urbanisation of their ill thought out and unwanted building and parking proposal. The building and car park should be located on the main field to the east of the existing trees, but they make no intelligent or interesting use of the part of that site and put a remote gazebo there out of public view, which will be an obscure meeting place for antisocial behaviour. Appalling Shaftesbury Town Council launched the second virtually identical planning application after the March 2024 meeting, where their planning application was rightfully rejected by this committee and where the residents' own excellent community land trust proposal for this site was granted planning consent. Please do not grant consent to this very poorly cobbled together town council proposal. It will not serve, it will be to the severe detriment of the local area. Plus, may I also add that on PCEO's idea, he would like to put in a heliport for the emergency helicopter, which does land in that field quite regularly, unfortunately. And on the Shaftesbury Town Council planning, doesn't have one. So it does need to have that.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much
Are you
indeed.
finished? Okay. Thank you very much. Could I please ask Andy Hollingshead to speak?
Good morning, everybody. My name's Andy Hollingshead. I will crack on.
Can I just make it clear that you're going to speak in support? Is that
I
correct?
am seeking support.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The preceding application was initially considered by the NAPC in March 2024. The case officer recommended grants subject to conditions. The application was refused, and the grounds given were that the proposed layout would result in the urbanisation of the area due to the extent of the uninterrupted line of parking along the site frontage. That statement made clear that the material planning issue leading to the refusal was that the proposed layout would result in the urbanisation of the area. The common definition of urbanisation is the increase in the proportion of people living in towns and cities. In planning terms, as you all know, the term urbanisation can have numerous interpretations. It often describes the process, for example, by which areas are transformed from rural to semi-rural or urban. While it is difficult to draw a clear link between the commonly accepted definitions of urbanisation and the decision made in March, nevertheless, that was the conclusion. This application is a refresh of that previous application and has addressed the concerns about parking. I always have no objection and have commented as follows. The proposed parking layout provides 15 car parking spaces sited perpendicular to the adjacent public highway, complies with the council's parking guidance in terms of numbers, and includes the provision of a disabled parking bay. When considering this application, the test of reasonableness would conclude that this application could never be subject to a charge of urbanisation as commonly defined. That, taken with the recommendations and support from various Dorset Council departments, and the fact that this scheme complies with planning policy, strongly indicates that there should be no valid material planning objection to this proposal. With regard to the summary of objections provided in the papers today, it's worth noting that many of these objections could equally have applied to application P/4/2023/05314, which was granted on the 8th of March 2024, the other application. Apart from that, this application is an exciting, visually pleasing development and would be a welcome addition to the locality. It was drawn up on the back of a wide and genuine consultation exercise and reflects the collective wishes of the community at large. It has significant merit and should be granted. Just on the point of my being a councillor, yes, I am a town councillor. I'm a councillor for the town of Shaftesbury. West Ward was the ward I was elected to, but I represent the public of Shaftesbury. I do a lot of work in the east of Shaftesbury.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. I do a lot of work in the east of Shaftesbury because I'm also trustee of the William Williams charity, and many of our clients are from that area. So I do know it well. I do understand the points that have been made, and I commend this application to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could you please press the button? Could I please ask Justine Elmendorf to speak?
My name is Justine Elmendorf. I'm a newly elected Newleyman Town Councillor from the West Ward, but again, I represent Shaftesbury. I'd like to speak in support of the application. As the previous speakers for the motion demonstrated, this scheme complies with planning law. Furthermore, there are no objections from those Council Highways or Environment. The scheme should therefore be granted with conditions as per the planning officer's recommendation. We need to move beyond personalities and conflicts and listen to the voices of our residents. Voices from the Shaftesbury-wide Mumpits Square Community Consultation August 2023, where we consulted 4,300 households in Shaftesbury, had the following to say. First of all, the residents of East Shaftesbury I've spoken to and who were consulted felt that there was a perception of a divided community. We need to put a stop to that. They do not want to be identified as East Ward residents. They would like to be referred to as residents of Shaftesbury. Speaking for this motion, we believe this project can be a catalyst for bringing the community together. Also, residents would like their voices to be heard. Amongst the 4,300 households consulted, the following responses were noted. The cafe plan is a good idea for the area, excellent project, and looking forward to seeing a community space in this area. Youth would like a cafe where they feel safe, but not micromanaged. Long overdue, we need to extend social youth offers in the town. A walkway with small play areas, benches, backs for comfort is essential. A lot of people living in the area have no outdoor space at all. Residents of Shaftesbury agree that the town needs a community hub to deliver essential services for our community. The cafe therefore should be professionally run so it can be open from 8:30 in the morning to 5 or 6 in the evening, 7 days a week, and to generate profits to support the venue and its work, i.e. to be recycled. Now, based on 34 years career in project management at the interface of public-private partnerships, including the UN and Médecins Sans Frontières, and as an educator, I hold an M.Ed in this country, and I most recently taught at programs group. So as an educator and a project manager in this field, I would like to define a social enterprise. It's a business that combines profit making with a focus on social impact, with all profits going back to charitable purposes. As part of its social impact, generating volunteering, training and jobs for our young people and vulnerable members of society, such as those with disabilities, and subsidize the cafe for young mothers, the youth and the elderly.
You have 30 seconds left.
And the hub will provide a safe, dry space with results in the park being used much more by people of all ages, older and more isolated people. Also, lastly, the cafe will support Shaftesbury's efforts to champion local produce as far as possible, including supporting those businesses and healthy food offerings. The entire hub will support Shaftesbury's community to sustainability. It will link.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you. I just would like to make it clear that Peter Young and Andy Hollingshead have been speaking in a personal capacity. Now, I'd like to now ask Town Councillor, Councillor Virginia Edwin Jones, to speak.
In 2021, Shaftesbury Town Council set up a Manpits Advisory Committee to find out what residents actually wanted from their community centre, and for that feedback to inform and drive the council's proposals forward. Of the interested residents, 5 joined the advisory committee and together with the lead councillor formulated a questionnaire which, as you have heard, went to 4,300 Shaftesbury households, with residents also allowed to comment online. On analysing the feedback from residents, there were 2 clear requests. Firstly, that rather than have a village hall for rent, residents wanted a cafe to act as a social hub with additional areas for hire. And secondly, that they wanted to retain as much of the recreational area behind the existing trees as possible, and that this area should be a natural landscape and not overly contrived. This feedback formed the brief to STC's architects, and it is the essence around which the application has been based. Thus, the siting of the proposed building neither interferes with the apron of green that residents so love at the front, nor infringes into the main recreational area behind. The architectural style is designed to blend with the vernacular architecture of the Manpits Square, with the central gable and end gables echoing the large gable frontage of the flats on the corner of Manpits Square and Maple Road, and the wood cladding echoing the wood effect cladding on buildings nearby. The glass frontage at the front and rear both allows residents to look in and out, and also to see straight through to the green landscape beyond. And in order to minimise the impact on recreational space, the car parking area is directly off the road. In March, the NAPC were concerned that the position of the car parking added an urban feel to the area, and on this basis refused permission. We present this amended application with additional planting to soften the impact of the car parking, and hope committee members have also noted on their site visits that there is parking all round the square, including outside the Spa and Post Office on the south side of the square, where there is a large bay for around 10 cars to park at right angles to the road, in exactly the same manner as our proposal. Combined with the planning department's approval of our proposals, Shaftesbury Town Council truly hopes that the committee can now approve our scheme, so that we can start delivering on what residents have expressly told us they want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. First of all, could I please ask whether any of the officers would like to make any points on what we have heard so far from speakers?
Just one point, Chair. With regards to the use of the building being contrary to the provisions of the Section 106, it's officers' view that the proposed office use wouldn't in fact interfere with that. The use of the building as a community use, particularly if a community use comes forward in the office. If a commercial venture does come forward for the office, it is the view of officers that the 106 could quite readily be varied, because office use at first of all level simply doesn't impact upon the community use of the ground level of the building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So now if we could go to members, and I wonder who has any questions in terms of the application. Councillor Jesperson.
Mine.
Actually putting the wrong one. Brilliant. Sorry, thank you. Right now I've got multiple microphones, so I got echoed. I'll just, yes, reference was made in the comments we just heard to bollards, in the parking area. Can I just clarify that the bollards are bollards part of the scheme or not?
It was initially suggested that bollards be placed along the linear parking to prevent users other than people from parking there that weren't users of the community hub. But in reality, that would prove very unworkable. They'd have to be lowered, 14 bollards lowered every morning and put back up every night. And I consulted Highways on this proposal, and that if they in fact suggest that the bollards would probably constitute an impingement to highway safety, because people, if they're not lowered, then people will be waiting in the highway to park, etc. So that was removed from the scheme, but Highways consider that the scheme is workable. Similar to this place, you've got parking outside for the medical centre. An enforcement scheme could be drawn up privately by the community hub to prevent users of the parking spaces that would impinge upon the safe operation of the community hub.
That's helpful, thank you.
Okay.
Add one thing to that.
Yes. Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. The reference to bollards in the added informative was bollards. Ooh, not working.
Sorry.
The reference to the bollards in the added informative was bollards at the rear of the parking spaces to prevent cars reversing onto the public footpath. It was a query that was raised by a councillor, and it's something that we could include in the scheme for the parking that has to be submitted for approval. So there could be a scheme for bollards at the rear, it could be a curb arrangement. It was just to protect the carriageway rather than stop people parking in the spaces at certain times of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Letchfried.
Mine works. Good morning, Councillor Letchfried, Dorchester West. We've heard a lot of people commenting on this, many objections, many of them not planning reasons. I would just like to clarify, particularly for those people watching online, can you tell me, is this a lawful application and does it comply with the appropriate policies? I think that would just help guide us, please. And for those, as the question's been raised, and around the second 106, whatever there, perhaps that could be answered.
Yes, please go ahead, Hannah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the officers consider the application has been made and is valid in terms of our requirements for the planning application. There have been comments raised about the process of the town council, but that's to do with their due diligence and processes, and we don't have any information on that to share, but it's not material to your planning considerations in terms of the validity of this planning application. Thank you.
Surely it is. Any other question? Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, like the bollards on the parking area, that is not included in this application, is it?
Go ahead, Hannah.
Sorry,
Talking about putting bollards in front of the parking area, that's not included in this application.
That's correct. Yes, it's not required to make the parking acceptable in highways terms to have the bollards there. It would be more of a private arrangement if the hall was operating and the operators wanted to have an arrangement to control the parking. They could put that in place if they wanted to as a private arrangement. But in terms of making it acceptable in planning terms, the advice from the highway authority is that we don't need to have bollards in the spaces to control the parking. It could actually cause more issues, as Jim has explained, in terms of people waiting for the bollards to be lowered, and also the availability of parking overall for the area as a whole. So yeah, the advice is that that's not required, and it wasn't a reason to refuse the previous application. That was purely on the character and appearance of the area and the continuous row of parking that wasn't broken up by sufficient planting.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Chairman, I have a comment to make if questions.
Microphone.
Excuse me, Chair. Sorry. I have a comment to make if questions are all finished. Thank you.
Okay, yes, please, go ahead.
Thanks. Councillor Ryan, Gillingham Ward. As we all know, this application came to this committee in March, and I remember it well. And it was refused on certain reasons: urbanisation, the linear parking, insufficient landscaping. It's now been brought back to us, and all those items I just mentioned, all those concerns have been addressed in my view. And I think we need to look at this application on its own merits. All those concerns being addressed, and I see actually quite a nice layout here. With the building to the rear of Manpits Green, which helps is good natural surveillance of that area. So I would be minded to approve the case officer's recommendation to approve.
Okay, thank you for that. So is that the proposal? Yeah. Anyone prepared to second it? Councillor Ledgepie.
Chair, I'm happy to support this application. I see no reasons, planning reasons, to refuse this application. Any issues may be regrettable between the town council and the community to resolve, but actually planning reasons, there is nothing we can do to refuse this. We should support it.
Okay, anyone prepared to second either of those two? Okay. Okay, does anyone else wants to put in any more comments? No, so can we take it for a vote? So those in favour, please show hands. I think that has been carried unanimously. Thank you very much. This is planning application P/FUL/2024/01856. Land at Manpits Lane, Shaftesbury, SP7 8GL. The decision is that planning permission is granted. So we now move to the next item on the agenda, agenda item 6. This is P/OUT. Sorry, item 7, yes, item 7. P/2023/05838 Kentham House, Bay Lane, Gillingham. This is being presented by Jim Bennett on behalf of Stephen Banks. So Jim, would you please go ahead and present this application?
Thank you, Chair. One update for this application in relation to the annual position statement on housing, recently prepared by PINS. It doesn't actually affect this application because significantly it's within the existing settlement boundary first. Position statement is more reflective of changes beyond settlement boundary. So the application is for 3 dwellings, off-street parking, access off Bay Lane in Gillingham. The application was made with outline only, with matters of access only to be determined. Indicative plans have been submitted to demonstrate that the 3 dwellings can be fitted onto the site. This is the application. The red line boundary shows the site. It's occupied by Kentham House, which is in this location here, which will be retained. The application, this plan shows that the grain of the area is quite loosely currently. And this is simply a topographical survey of the site. This shows buildings that we removed from the site, a couple of smallish outbuildings in order to make way for the footprint of the development. This is the indicative plan referred to earlier. So access will be from Kenton Lane, from this location here. Access to the 3 dwellings to the rear of the site, which is currently laid to grass and as an orchard. Kenton House in this location here will be retained. These are the visibility displays. The means of access is the only issue really to be considered, although the principle of 3 dwellings is sought. The Highway Authority is happy with the proposed visibility displays that have been prepared for this scheme, and there's no reason to resist it in highway terms. This is an aerial photograph of the site, showing the site in this location here. As I suggested, it's currently laid to grass with trees, fruit trees as a former orchard. But referring back to the indicative plan, the density of proposed development is very similar to the density of existing development around it. The site is in a sustainable location within 500 metres of the town centre and within the settlement boundary, which is indicated by the overwashed yellow in this plan. The application site in this location here. So, in officer's opinion, it's a very sustainable location for development. It's this type of site which we should be looking at to come forward to assist with meeting our housing needs county-wide. So it's an expanded version of the previous plan showing the application site in this location here and the town centre in this location here. So it's, as I've suggested, it's a relatively easy 500-metre walk to the town centre services and facilities. So through a few photographs of the site. So this is the approach along Bay Lane with the site on the left. It's currently bounded by quite an unattractive chain link fence, which would be replaced with any future developments that may come forward as part of the reserve matters. It has to be said that the indicative layout is quite suburban in appearance, and remember that we could look at a more improved, less suburban looking development at the reserve matter stage if members are minded to approve this outline application. This is looking in the opposite direction along Bay Lane with the site on the right. There's an existing access you can see, which is currently laid to concrete. That will be taken up, but the access moves slightly further down the road in this location here. And so, yeah, the site is not entirely greenfield in nature. It's, obviously, the access would be taken up and would be returned to a greened up area, as well as the outbuildings that are proposed for removal. This is a almost panoramic view of the orchard, the green field to the centre of the site, which would be developed fairly loosely by the 3 dwellings. Officers don't consider that it does constitute overdevelopment. It's consistent with the character of existing development in the locality. This slide shows an existing dwelling, Kenton House, the red brick structure, which will be retained, and an existing dwelling to the on Bay Road, Bay Lane, which is itself a fairly recent addition to the street scene, 1980s perhaps, and the proposed layout suggests a similar pattern will ensue from this proposal. Again, this is the view of the orchard and the green space, which will form the principal part of the development site. So officers consider the principle of development to be acceptable. It won't impact adversely on the character and appearance of the area if an appropriate scheme comes forward at the reserve matters stage. Won't impact on the immunity of adjoining occupiers and provide adequate community for occupiers. And there are no issues in terms of flood risk, highway safety or parking. In terms of parking, each plot will provide 2 to 3 off-street parking spaces per dwelling if the indicative plan is well, as suggested by the indicative plan. So the proposal is recommended to you for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Please could I ask Peter Savoy to speak? You have 3 minutes.
In the middle. In the middle. In the silver. That's it.
Thank you. My name is Peter Savoy. I live next door to this site in a house called Tresillian. So I've just got 4 points to make. The first is on the concept of congestion, but in the context of the fact that there's been several previous applications to build on this site, which have all been declined when the lane was much less busy. We now have far more school children who use the lane every day to go to and from school. They also use it for their cross-country run in the middle of the day sometimes. We've had 3 new houses in the street at the top of the lane to get their vehicles. And we're shortly there's going to be another 20 proposed at the top of the lane that then only have pedestrian access. But they will use daily to access to go to the local co-op and the fish and chip shop and across the fields for recreation. So we now have a lane that's much busier than it was previously when applications were refused. So I don't see how we can safely approve it now. The second point to make is to the swept path analysis. Well, okay, it can just about turn around, but the point is there's 2 properties in Bay Lane that do not have their own off-road parking. And when they park now, it's right opposite where this entrance is proposed. And well, there's inevitably going to be a problem. You can maybe squeeze past. But of course, you must remember that this is a busy shared paved area with pedestrians. It's very congested. And right at this point, the proposed driveway is approximately the same width as the lane. So what we're doing, it just looks like another road. I think there'd be a large open area there, which could be a threat to vulnerable people who've got nowhere to go to protect themselves from vehicles. The next point is with the junction at the bottom of Bay Lane, where if you want to turn left in particular, there's a nasty blind spot.
You have 30 seconds.
I mean, there is a sight line to 50 metres, but the blind spot is exactly where vehicles have to move into to go around the sort of one-way shuttle working. And it's a very high-risk junction, which, well, it needs to be resolved somehow. And a very final point was the prospect of flooding. But there is actually an issue already now. Where
3 minutes are up. Thank you very much. Could I ask Simon Ward to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Simon Ward, I'm a resident of Bay Lane and also a parent of a child fitting to school and also a trustee of the Riverside Leisure Centre. I mentioned those because they're all stakeholders in this. They all have access, pedestrian access to this road. It's a very busy lane, as Peter has already remarked, throughout the day. I think when this proposal was put forward, the amount of traffic that use the roads, something like 3 vehicles an hour, it grossly underestimates the amount of traffic that uses this very narrow lane. I'd like to emphasise as well that the lane is not one that you can pass easily on. There are houses that do not have their own parking outside, so they are forced to use the lane. And in fact, you can see in the picture, there was already a car parked opposite where this display is proposed. So it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to turn into that area in anything larger than a vehicle. So we have lots of vans arriving during the day, and technicians could not use that access as well to get in there. And I think as well, we need to recognise that there's already 1/2 properties on the site. Kenton House is also an outbuilding that could potentially be another residential building if it was so desired, plus the 3 that are going on there. That would total something like 10 vehicles potentially that could be there at any one time, guests visiting, and all of those vehicles will be using that same display entrance potentially, not always at the same time, but 1 or 2 maybe. So again, the congestion that would cause, the visibility from that display, and as Peter's already mentioned, the junction creates a very difficult area for access, which is only going to be exacerbated by having extra vehicles coming along with those additional houses. As Peter also mentioned, the 20 houses that have been approved at the top of the road will increase the amount of pedestrians that are using that lane. And there's also the issue of drainage. I know in the proposal there's a discussion about the reference to manual for streets, and it's a very long document, and I can't believe that the manual for streets would recognise this as being a suitable development in terms of
30 seconds
of the site, because clearly observation, getting out that junction, the amount of people using it really make it almost impossible to consider this as a safe place to have a display at junction. And also the display that's in the existing properties that are further down the road. There's only 2 properties on there. We're talking about a similar size display with 4/5 properties, which I think is inadequate for such a small lane.
So thank you. So your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much. The next 2 people are going to speak in support of the application. And the first person, please, to speak, Miss Martin Grimwood.
Really sad.
I'd like to thank the committee for permitting me to address them. I'm going to just talk on 2 topics: the nature of the area and the traffic. Now, I have known and regularly visited Kenton House in Bay Lane since 1972. At that time, the housing in the lane consisted of the farm, 5 old stone cottages, 5 Victorian era villas, a detached house which had replaced its 6-stone cottage and post-war bungalow. Today, 2 more of the old stone cottages have been replaced by large detached houses, and 7 new detached houses have been built. It is thus rather disingenuous to say that the current proposal will alter the character of the lane, when it is just continuing a process of gentle infilling that started in the early 1980s and has been going on for the last 40 years. At least half the properties in the lane are new detached properties and all have off-road parking, as do all but 2 of the old stone cottages. The proposed properties are set back from the road and will not dominate the street scene, so there will be no adverse effect on the current nature of the area caused by allowing the application. Bay Lane is a short, narrow cul-de-sac in which vehicles cannot exceed walking pace.
traffic is not, and in my 50 years in the area, never has been a danger to pedestrians in the lane. The problems arise when people who are not residents or their visitors come and park in the lane early in the morning and leave their cars all day when they go to town or to the school. Mention has been made of the danger school children use the back exit from the school and the lane as a pedestrian route home at around 3:30 p.m. Again, it's not the residents of the lane who cause the problems. Parents, rather than going to the school gate, use the lane as a pick-up point for their children. They park all along one side, making what's already a narrow lane into a single track. They then try to exit the lane whilst large groups of children are walking home. This proposal for new cottages gives each one ample off-road parking.
You have
So-
30 seconds.
Thank you. So again, it is disingenuous to say there'll be an increased problem with traffic and parking in the lane as a result of the application. Finally, there's no effect on the historic street layout, which will remain altered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Stephen Bainbridge to speak, please? Who is the agent?
Good morning, members. Thank you for letting me speak today on behalf of the applicants. I'd like to convey my thanks to the case officer for his comprehensive and well-considered report, and also to the officer today, Mr. Bennett, who brings the application to you. The application is located within the settlement boundary for Gillingham, and as such is acceptable in principle. The application represents the culmination of approximately 18 months of engagement with officers, starting with positive pre-application discussions, which gave the applicants the confidence to proceed with preparing and submitting the application in October last year. Through continued engagement and investments by the applicant, there are now no objections to this application from any technical consulting and the support of your case officer. Concerns have been raised locally and by the Town Council in relation to the impact on local character and perceived harm to highway safety. The Highway Authority are satisfied with the proposals, and the officer has comprehensively addressed concerns over harm to local character. The application, as you know, is submitted in an outline form with only the detail of the access sought for determination. By law, matters of layout, external appearance, scale and landscaping cannot be determined at this stage. Therefore, the plans submitted for the proposed dwellings are indicative only and show how 3 dwellings could be accommodated. A subsequent reserved matters application could ultimately be submitted with dwellings at a different scale, design and external appearance for consideration of the council at that time. Nevertheless, in contrary to the comments made, the proposed indicative development layouts and density are in keeping with the pattern of development on Bay Lane and represent an effective use of land. Any concerns relating to a loss of the historic orchard are significantly overstated. The fruit trees have formed part of the domestic garden of Kenton House for a long time. They are not protected, nor are they worthy of protection. Their loss, in full or in part, should not form a sound reason for refusal. As the officer has explained in their report and is agreed by the council's ecologists, there is ample capacity within the site to meaningfully compensate for the loss of those trees. As a small site, it will be of particular interest to small developers who are more likely to deliver the site swiftly and to contribute to the council's housing land supply.
You have 30 seconds.
And also where the positive economic trickle-down effects of the development will be felt more local. Given the clear compliance with the local plan, the neighbourhood plan and the NPPF, with 0 issues on any technical matters according to the relevant experts, and with the support of your planning officers, we respectfully request, members, that you approve the application today. Thank you.
Thank you. Please could I ask the officers whether they'd like to make any salient points with regard to anything said so far by the speakers?
It appears that one of the driving issues in terms of the objectors' concerns is with regard to highway safety. But the matter has been looked at thoroughly by the Highway Authority, who raised no objection to it. The visibility display drawings, as you can see, have been deemed to be acceptable. There's perfectly adequate level of parking provision within the site. The level of housing provision is quite modest in the overall scheme of things. 3 dwellings is in the opinion of officers, not going to overwhelm the local highway network. And indeed, the site is within the settlement boundary, within the 500-metre walk in the town centre, where occupiers of these dwellings will ultimately be encouraged to walk if they to the town centre rather than take their vehicles. So in terms of highway impacts, officers are satisfied that the proposal is acceptable.
Thank you, Jim. Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Wood.
Yeah, thanks, Carl Gilmore. I just have a question really, because we've heard that people are parking that don't live there, they are parking along that road. So do highways take that as part of their assessment, that sometimes that road is kind of a single lane road, or is that just not consequential in this particular case?
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, it appears that peak periods, maybe when the schools picking up and dropping off, it may be parked on by other vehicles, but the lane isn't controlled. So in terms of parking, people can park there, but in terms of regular parking there throughout the day, it's not a particular problem. And the highway authority would have taken that into consideration in delivering their views on the proposal.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Jesperson.
Can I have a follow-up question to the question of parking opposite the proposed visibility display? What I thought I understood the commentator, the public to say, that there are houses along that road, and the people who live in those houses, I presume we're talking about terraced houses or cottages that have no private parking, that they park their cars there outside their housing. Have I understood that correctly? Because if that's the case, the houses along there, and that's where they park, and they will continue to park there, even if we were to build a block of flats opposite, because that's where they live. And I have to say, I have considerable experience representing, as I do, 9 villages, of exactly this problem, that people who live where they have nowhere to park, they will park outside their houses, even if there is a visibility display, even if there is an entrance opposite. And I fear that we might be about to cause inadvertently cause an issue there. So could we have clarity? Are there houses opposite that visibility display? Is that where they park their cars?
Jim.
I think this plan's better.
Here we are. As you can see, the pattern of development opposite the site, it's quite open. There is no dwelling directly opposite the proposed access.
Down the road.
Yeah, there are further down the road. But, it's good practice in terms of parking, not to park opposite vehicular accesses. But to my knowledge, it's not the dwelling opposite the proposed access that would wish to continue utilising that parking.
So that is where it says Bay Lane there. Those are that little block there. That's a residential property, is it?
There already is an existing access. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Anna.
Yeah, I think there already is an access there, so it's moved slightly, but I don't think it should change the parking arrangement too significantly. And highways would have considered that, whether people can access the site when they look at the visibility space, which do go into the site slightly, which provides a greater area than what's there existing to be able to turn. So yeah, it's not something that's been raised by the highway authority in terms of an issue there. You can see, I think there is a, we haven't got a picture, sorry, for the other side of the road, but there is a, you can see on this plan here, there is a bit of a, I don't know if that's an access there, but there is an area here of hard standing, which is outside the carriageway. but it isn't something that's been raised by highways as a highway reason. So I don't think we can add something more than that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Not convinced, but thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? Councillor Fry.
Just picking up, it just seems to me that a lot of the parking issues we're talking about are irregular parking of people parking, they're going to the town, going to the school, or using it because it's a free parking and a convenient place to leave your car. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But that's correct. It does give direct access. So I think there are people that probably use the lane because it's not controlled to access services such as the school and the town centre potentially. I think the important thing to note is, as Jim has explained, the application provides sufficient off-street parking. Sorry. So there shouldn't, from this development, be an increase in that existing parking situation. And we can't, through this application, solve the existing wider problems with parking there. What we need to make sure of is that this application has the room within the site, because this is only indicative at this stage, that if an application for reserve matters came forward, there could be sufficient parking for sufficient vehicles to serve each of the free properties.
Any more questions? Members? Councillor Major.
Agree.
Yes.
No. Thank you, Chair. It's not a question, it's a comment. If we're happy to move on to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I just think with the parking, it's come up again from both residents and members. I don't see it as an issue personally. They've provided adequate parking within the development. And actually, if you look at the county across the whole, where there's a space, someone might inconsiderately park there any given time, be that residents, parents dropping off children, etc. It's going to happen. And I don't think that's part of this application.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Apothecary.
Thank you very much. Val Apothecary, Gillingham Ward. This is a very pastoral area, and it's a great shame that every pocket of land in and around the Bay Hamlet has been under attack from speculative development in the last 5 years. Unfortunately, I can't find any reason to not approve this application. So that's where I'm going to leave it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chairman. If you look at one of the photographs, it showed a vehicle actually parked on the road, and it still showed that there was, to me, look, can you go back to that photograph? That's that one. You can see a vehicle parked on the road, and to me, it still looks quite adequate to get by. I don't think it's an issue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jesperson.
Yes, Councillor Sherry Jesperson, Hillports and Upper Tarrants Ward. I understand the officer's view that this is a site that is suitable for infill development. I'm also very aware of what Councillor Apothecary has said about the nature of the area. I have to say, on the basis of the indicative that we've seen here, I'm not personally convinced that this layout could actually accommodate 3 properties. It's a very odd shape. I don't think it can accommodate 3 properties. I think it is overdevelopment of the site, and particularly if we wanted to include some mitigation for the loss of the orchard and its biodiversity, which I think is important. I'm not convinced that the access is not going to create problems for future users of this lane, but I'm aware of the fact that Highways don't agree with that point of view, so I know where to go with that. I'm struggling at the moment, other than that I think it's overdevelopment of the site to put 3 properties on it of that shape. To find any grounds on which I could refuse it, and I don't think overdevelopment is adequate. So I'm going to leave my comments there to say I'm unhappy about this. I don't think that we're coming up with a good scheme here. I think that we could put development on this site, but personally, I don't think this is good enough. I don't think this is it. So I'm not happy about it, but I'm struggling to find grounds on which I can propose a refusal for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Rideout, Gillingham Ward. I've listened to the concerns. I understand a lot of the concerns of the residents and the public. But many of those are outside this planning application. This is an application to determine access. And we're looking at the principal development. In my view, it's a sustainable site. It is within the settlement boundary. So in my view, it's supported by policy to the local plan. And then the other part of it is the access. And we've heard that highways have no issue with the access. Now, I understand that residents have issues with it. Highways, they're the authority, and they've said there's no issue. So unfortunately, in my mind, I don't think there's any substantive reason to refuse this application. If it comes back to us as reserved matters, the indicative layout, it is quite a large site, but maybe 2 dwellings rather than 3 would be better. But then that's another day, another committee meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can I ask Hannah to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, it is correct that it's an outline application, but it would set the quantum at 3 units. So we couldn't ask for a reduced number, but we could ask for a different layout that reflected Bay better in terms of the location of the dwellings on the plot, the appearance of the dwellings, the fenestration, all those things that would be really important in that location to reflect the character of Bay. But we would be granting the principal of 3 units. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Desperson.
Thank you. Yes, you're absolutely right, and we would be. Is there any possibility that we can put a note to say that the proposed layout is considered by this committee to fall short of what we would expect to see? Because it seems to me there's not nearly enough. Given that we're using an orchard, I would want to see smaller properties and more green and more biodiversity, more respect for the area of Bay, but also for the fact that we're losing an orchard and losing biodiversity, albeit an old orchard, but an old orchard is still an orchard. So is there any way we can send that message back?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I thank you for the question. I think informative, I'm not sure we could think about it, but I think the safeguards are the policies in the neighbourhood plan that talk about the character of Bay when the reserve matters comes back in, and that's where the control lies. So this plan, I know it's whenever you have a plan, it's difficult, but it's purely indicative. Apart from the access, that would be fixed, because that's the full consideration today. So I think the safeguards are through the neighbourhood plan and ensuring when that application comes in and the applicant noting this, that it needs to properly reflect the character of Bay and be appropriately designed and laid out, and landscaped, of course. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Harry Cooper, as this application is an outline and it's only to determine the access only, I cannot see any reason to refuse it. But what I would ask is, it says erection of 3 dwellings. Now, depends on the size of those dwellings, whether they're 2, 3, 4 bedroom properties. So as the application is before us, I will support it. But when it comes back, depends on the size of the dwellings themselves. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Les Fry, Dorchester West. We've gone around the bushes pretty well on this. We've heard about the highways access as approved. There are no real parking issues there. The site proposes enough parking spaces for the vehicles. To me, that looks like a site that is satisfactory, but we won't know until the actual size of the dwellings come in, the square footage. the apple orchard, I looked on Google. It's generous to call it an apple orchard, perhaps. I think the trees are aged, perhaps some of them are gone. Yeah, it's not really a valid orchard, but there are a couple of trees there. I am happy to propose we accept this one because I see no valid planning reasons to object.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Major.
Okay, that works as that. I'd be happy to second councillor Fry's proposal, but perhaps with an amendment that, although I agree the orchard is not really an orchard by the looks of it, you know, there is ample space there that obviously this is only access, but with the mitigation of replacement of, you know, some trees when they get that to that stage.
Okay, thank you. Is that possible?
There is a condition on the approved the to be approved decision notice, which requires submission of a biodiversity plan, which will incorporate replacement trees and the level of biodiversity enhancement to mitigate any loss.
It's fine. Okay, councillor Major, is that what you needed?
Yes, I'm happy that, so with no amendment, I'm happy to second councillor Fry's proposal.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaspers.
No,
we are open. So I think we have a proposer and a seconder. So please could we go to the vote with a show of hands? So those in favour of granting permission, please put up their hands. I think that has been passed unanimously. So therefore, application E/OUT.
Mr. Chairman, could we have a
quick one?
We have a 5-minute break.
Okay, I'll just read this out anyway. So application P/OUT/2023/05838 Kenton House, Bay Lane, Gillingham. Permission for this application has been granted. So thank you for that. We have a request for a 5-minute break. We shall now take before the next application, agenda item 8. Now, this is agenda item number 8, which is P/2024/01781. There's a site adjacent to Plant World Nurseries, Kendall Lane, Milton on Stour, Gillingham, SP8 5QA. The officer who is going to present is Jenny Roberts. Please go ahead and present this, Jenny.
Right, this site is in a village location in Milton on Stour, which is approximately 400 metres from the development boundary of Gillingham, which is south. There's heavy tree and shrub cover to the south and east of the site, as can be seen on this aerial photograph. And there is a site-wide tree preservation order across the whole nursery site, which is indicated in winter. On to the constraints. The blue dotted areas indicate the conservation areas, so it's outside of any conservation area. There are a couple of listed buildings shown here, which again are quite some distance from the application site. The pink lines denote public footpaths. On the opposite side of the main road is a shared footpath, cycle path, which leads from the primary school to the north to the edge of Gillingham to the south. There's a non-designated heritage asset, which is identified in the Gillingham neighbourhood plan, which is Kendall's house down here. And then this black line here is the edge of the settlement boundary of Gillingham, approximately 400 metres away from the committee report referred to a recent appeal decision which concluded that the housing land supply for the North Dorset area fell below 5 years. And although this was a snapshot in time, it meant that proposals for housing and sustainable locations outside settlement boundaries with no harm should be supported in accordance with paragraph 11 of the NPPF. The committee report pointed out that the site is considered to be unsustainable as it's approximately 400 metres outside the settlement boundary and approximately 2 kilometres to the centre of Gillingham, which exceeds most benchmarks for a walkable neighbourhood. However, as per the update that everybody has been provided with, the annual position statement has just been published, which states that we now have a 5.02 years land supply, which means that we should give full weight to spatial strategy policies. So therefore, the requirement to apply the tilted balance in paragraph 11 is now no longer applicable. Policies 2 and 20 of the local plan state that outside the defined settlement boundary will be subject to countryside policies where development will be strictly controlled unless it is required to enable essential rural needs to be met. Therefore, the location of the proposed development outside of any defined development boundary is contrary to the spatial strategy of the local plan. 3 affordable homes are proposed as part of this application. The tenure is first homes. Normally, sites outside development boundaries would be considered to be rural exception sites, and these would have 100% affordable housing. The proposed affordable housing is contrary to policy 8 of the local plan, and the application is not supported by the housing enabling team. This is the proposed site plan. The existing site access is up here, opposite this gap to the cycle path, and it will be moved down here. The access will be stopped up, the existing access, and replaced with hedging. And there are 7 homes proposed. There are a detached house here, 4-bedroomed house, a pair of 3-bed semis with integral garages, a terrace of 3 2-bed properties, which would be the first homes, and a further detached property over here, which would be 4 bedrooms. It is considered that as each dwelling has a private garden, and there is no sort of overlooking between properties, including existing properties that are located close to the site, that there is an acceptable relationship between the dwellings, and the residential amenity of both the dwellings themselves and neighbouring properties will be acceptable. The Highway Authority considers the proposal to be acceptable in relation to highway safety and parking provision. And there is, as I said before, quite a substantial amount of tree cover, which will prevent the site from being read easily from outside the line. There's good visibility in both directions, as this drawing shows, 79 metres visibility in each direction. And as previously said, there are no objections raised by the Highway Authority. This is plot 1. The materials would be natural stone under a small plain tile roof. The design is considered acceptable. The materials are the same for all of the dwellings. These are the 2 3-bed semi-detached houses with their integral garages. This is the terrace of 3, same materials, and these are the 2-bed properties. And this is plot 7, which again, same materials, and is a 4-bed detached house. This is a tree protection plan. So those, it's not particularly easy to see, but the trees with dotted red circles around them will be removed, and those solid circles around them will be retained. The tree officer does not support the application due to insufficient information. The application has been supported by an arboricultural report, which states that several trees will be removed to facilitate the development, and that new planting should be provided, but no detail has been provided of what that would entail. The tree officer has also raised concerns that the retained trees would be under threat due to new residents wishing to carry out excessive or detrimental tree surgery operations. She says that common reasons for such requests include fears that the trees would fall during high winds, needing lights on during the day due to heavy tree cover, leaf litter and seed detritus that may become slippery or block gutters, or may not provide sufficient light in the gardens. Again, this is the aerial of the site, just to show again the amount of tree cover exists outside the red line, and it will be quite difficult to see the development from surrounding public land. This is a photograph of the existing entrance to the site here. This is a view to the north of the existing access. So the existing access here, there's a listed church some distance to the north here. And this is the entrance to the combined cycle path, which runs alongside this road. It's a view in the opposite direction towards Gillingham, with the application current access on the right, and the new access will be approximately here. These are photographs from these shared cycle path, footpath. And this is southwest corner of the site. So this is Kendall's Lane here. And again, you can see the mature trees and shrubs are here. The new access will be approximately here. So in terms of planning considerations, as previously discussed, the site is outside the settlement boundary, therefore the principle of the development is unacceptable. The proposed affordable housing is not policy compliant. In terms of scale, design and vision impact on the surrounding area, those are considered to be acceptable. It's also considered that there is an acceptable relationship with neighbouring properties and between the proposed dwellings themselves, and that there would be a positive impact or an acceptable impact on the residential amenity of those dwellings. The Council's strategic flood risk assessment identifies the site as being at the lowest risk of flooding from rivers, sea, surface water or groundwater, so there are no concerns with regard to flooding. The proposal is considered acceptable in relation to highway safety and parking provision. It is considered that there is insufficient information provided to make a full assessment of the impact of the development on the trees. That in terms of biodiversity, a net certified biodiversity plan has been provided, and the proposal is considered acceptable in relation to the impact on biodiversity. To conclude, the site is located outside the settlement boundary in an unsustainable location, and occupants would likely rely on the private motor vehicle to meet their day-to-day needs. It has not been demonstrated that the proposed development would be acceptable in relation to trees. And the benefit of the proposal is the provision of 7 dwellings, 3 of which would be first homes. However, this benefit does not outweigh this unsustainable location, which is contrary to spatial strategy. The recommendation, therefore, is to refuse the Planning Commission for the reasons summarised here. The full reasons can be found in the committee reports, which the 2 reasons are: the principle of the proposed development is unacceptable as the site is located outside of any settlement boundary in an unsustainable location, and in the absence of a mitigation scheme for loss of trees on the site, it has not been possible to properly assess the impact of the proposed development on the trees.
Thank you for that, Jenny. Could I please ask the agent, Matthew Williams, to speak? You have 3 minutes, and I'll give you 30 seconds before it runs out.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Yeah, good morning, councillors, officers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So you've heard about the housing and land supply position, and that has fluctuated quite a bit over the last few months, in fact years. But the position that's been consistently taken by officers is that even with a published position of 5.02 years, that does represent the absolute minimum. And officers have said that housing development in sustainable locations outside settlement boundaries should be supported where there is no harm. That's at the end of the first paragraph in page 73 of Mr. Roberts' report. And this is also because the early review of the local plan part 1 in conjunction with part 2, which was required by the local plan inspector for its adoption, is not taking place. And that's what triggers policies being out of date and presumption in favour. Now, you've been advised that the site is in an unsustainable location, although the council's 2021 draft local plan proposed allocating this actual site for up to 15 gypsy and traveller plots on the basis that, and to quote from the local plan, it is well related to existing services and facilities. The council also granted permission for new build dwellings in Colesbrook, as they were within 2 kilometres of local services and facilities, and we're therefore unsure why 800 metres is now defined as the maximum walking distance. You've seen from the photographs the site has a benefit of a direct continuous pavement cycleway that links Gillingham and Milton Stour. Primary school is 500 metres away. The GP surgery, pharmacy, children's nursery, bus stops and regular services, and the Dolphin Inn at Peacemarsh are all within 800 metres. The co-op at London Logbourne Parade is only 1,400 metres away. In terms of trees, Mr. Hurd developed the nursery on an open paddock 34 years ago. He planted all the trees himself. As such, the proposal will not result in the loss of any mature, veteran or ancient trees. The tree report of the application demonstrates that most of the trees will be retained with sufficient separation to enable future growth without affecting people living in houses. Retained trees protected by the TPO, and the applicants will plant more trees for a landscape condition to mitigate the limited loss. Mr. Roberts' report confirms there are no adverse impacts in respect of local character, neighbours and
You have 30 seconds left.
highway safety, flood risk and biodiversity. Town Council support the application, as do 372 signatories on the petition. We therefore sincerely hope you will agree that the development is in a sustainable location with no adverse impacts. We will accept any conditions committed feeling necessary and a 106 agreement to secure the proposed affordable housing, which is not required by policy, but is being offered as a benefit. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Could I please ask Councillor Barbara Hurst of Gillingham Town Council to speak?
I will be repeating some of the raised points because they are so important. We regard this unsustainable location claim as perverse, given that it was considered sustainable for that traveller and gypsy site. The second point, that it's unacceptable in relation to the protected trees on the site. We have concerns about this TPO and its implementation that suddenly appeared when the previous application for dwellings on this site came before council and subsequently withdrawn. The trees, for the most part, are category C. There are no category A trees on that site. So I can't understand, frankly, why an area TPO was put on that site. And we can't understand why the tree issue can't be issued by resolved by conditions, which might actually result in better quality trees. King Planning Issues claims the proposed site and design development would have an unacceptable impact on the character and appearance of the surrounding area. That's untrue. The site is well screened with no visual impact on the strategic gap between Colesbrook and Milton on Stour or on the wider landscape. The design and materials are sympathetic with local vernacular architecture. There is a demonstrable housing need in Gillingham and in Milton. Factors such as the shortage of building land, cost of housing generally, shortage of starter and affordable homes, and the Milton Conservation Area restrictions all mitigate against development. And young people are therefore obliged to move away from the area in order to access affordable property. Locally rare brownfield site. I checked this, and apparently it's a garden centre is a brownfield site which hasn't been raised in the documents. It is large enough to accommodate 30 seconds housing. The development will provide jobs from the local contractor and supply chains. New residents, of course, will support the economic development of Gillingham. The access has been addressed already. There is a great deal of amenities in short walking distance. The goalposts have changed with regard to the land supply and the policy documents.
Thank you. That's your 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Could I please ask Councillor Othacre to speak, the local ward member?
Thank you, Chairman. But I will be repeating what Dr. said as well. The main thrust of my predetermination until yesterday, when the committee received an update regarding the tilted balance and our housing delivery supply, was based upon our need to deliver housing. In fact, the written ministerial statement of the 30th of July regarding building the homes we need makes clear the government is committed to tackling the housing crisis and restoring and raising housing targets. There's also a commitment to build more affordable homes and infrastructure. That statement is a material consideration. The NPPF Section 5 also states we should deliver a sufficient supply of homes and outlines the need which reflects the requirements for development in rural areas. Interestingly, in the previous planning application we listened to, these policies were used to support development, whereas in this application they're being used to recommend refusal. Of course, I understand that this application site is just outside of the settlement boundary. It's also considered unsustainable. Although unusually for Gillingham, the number 58 bus goes hourly into town and back, and the doctor's surgery would be a little over a 5-minute walk away. Much has been made about retaining the open gap between Milton on Stour and Gillingham, but this proposal would not affect the separate character of the settlement or reduce the gap. Millsland Stour is a very lovely village with some rather grand houses. The excellent primary school is thriving, but there are no houses in the village available for young families, and this needs to be remedied. The discreet addition of these 7 homes, tucked away within the village, 3 of which are affordable homes, would go some way to evening out the demographics of the residents. It would also ensure the continuation of an outstanding local garden centre. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask whether the officers have any salient points that they would like to make.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick comment on the housing land supply situation. So since the report was drafted, the annual position statement on the housing land supply for the whole of the Dorset Council area has been published. And that has been published and it's fixed until October 2025, the end of, at 5.02 years. So in planning policy terms, the presumption does not apply. In terms of this application, the application should be considered in accordance with the development plan and the spatial strategy, unless there's material considerations that indicate otherwise. So that's what we're looking at here. And there are material considerations that have been discussed, such as the contribution towards housing, the fact it's a brownfield site. But I think I would just draw attention back to the location of the development, which is a key consideration. Then if you just put the slide where it shows the. Yeah, that one. Yeah, so you can see the site there outlined in red. It is correct that there's a cycleway that links back to Gillingham and it is in walking distance to the school, but it's not considered to be a highly sustainable location in the context of where new development should be located. And I think that's the policy context that needs to be considered, along with any material considerations that are relevant in this case. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Questions now? Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Lesford, Dorchester West. A few questions. Can you please point out some of the significant buildings that have been mentioned here, the doctor's surgery and other ones on that map? And can you tell us more about the issue of Dorset Council using this site as a Gypsy and Traveller site, please? What was the status of that situation and what's happened with that one, please?
Thank you. Hannah?
Yeah, so they're not actually showing on this map, but the
they're further down, aren't they? Because that's
down.
That's the nearest yard remedies. They're north,
yes,
they're south of that, aren't they?
They're south of this, and the school is to the north up here, which is approximately 500 metres away. There aren't any other public services shown on this specific map. The town centre is approximately 2 kilometres away from here, which the benchmark for that is Lloyds Bank. So the majority of the services, other than the primary school and the doctor's surgery, are quite some distance from the site.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. The search for sites in terms of Gypsy and Traveller sites falls under a different policy context and different requirements to the spatial strategy set out in our local plan for the North Dorset area. So where sites are selected, they're not necessarily they have to be in broadly sustainable locations, but not necessarily inside settlement boundaries or adjoining, because of the policy framework and criteria that we use for the particular type of developments. So what we're commenting on in this application is the spatial strategy where dwellings should be located in accordance with the spatial strategy, and the Gypsy and Traveller policies and guidance isn't relevant to this application.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Belinda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. Can I just delve into first homes? I know it's 3 first homes. Exactly. Could you just tell us a bit about them, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So first homes are a form of affordable housing, detailed in the NPPF. They're properties for sale, but at a discounted rate. Excuse me. So it would be tied in through Section 106, and they would have to be sold at a particular value to people with a connection to the area in a cascade type arrangement. So it is a recognised form of affordable housing, but it's not what we normally expect in terms of mix on exception sites. So in the report, it's detailed that outside of settlement boundaries, we'd often allow, based on identified local need, exception sites, and they are normally 100% affordable housing, and they normally follow the local needs, whatever that might be. The normal split of affordable on sites that aren't exception sites, because it's not being put forward as an exception site, this site, would be out of the proportion of affordable required. It would normally be a mix of shared ownership properties and rented properties, which this application doesn't bring forward, and it isn't the need that the housing enabling team have identified as being the most significant need. So it's a benefit of the scheme because first homes cater for a particular part of the market, but it's not in policy terms supported by the policy, but it is a material consideration in terms of being a benefit of the scheme. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm really pleased to hear that, should this be approved today, that there will be a link with local connections to these first homes. Is that what you said?
That is correct. So it is slightly broader. It can go out. It has to go through a process of being marketed in the area. So anyone can show an interest in it. And then in the 106, there would be a requirement that people are given preference to the local area in a cascade type way. So if there wasn't interest in a local area, then it would cascade out and anyone could purchase it that met the criteria. But initially, there would be some kind of mechanism to ensure that people that had a more local connection had preference.
Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you. I think I should first say that I did make a comment on one of the Plant World applications to convey the thoughts of the town council, but I myself haven't actually made a determination on any of the applications they put forward. That said, relating to the trees and the replacement, the tree replacement, how someone has mentioned why that can be conditioned. So is that a concern that could be addressed by condition, or is that something that couldn't be addressed by condition?
Go ahead.
It could be addressed by condition in the event the application is approved.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Desperson.
Yes, just very quickly. So on the local connection with the affordable housing, Mrs. Smith, if I can just clarify. So are you discussing, is that something different than would apply to our normal affordable housing, the local connection?
It's slightly different because they're not people that are on the housing register. So the mechanism for securing the preference for people with a local connection is done through, they show an interest with the developer. So in this case, whoever's developing the properties, they show an interest, and then that information of the person would be sent to our housing team, which then look at whether they meet the criteria that's set out in the 106, and then authorise that they could go ahead and purchase the property at a discounted rate. So it's still similar, but there's slightly different mechanism than someone on the housing register in a different kind of housing need.
So it wouldn't be taking people off our housing register?
It wouldn't, no.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Councillor Les Fry, Dorchester West. Can you tell us about the trees, please, Hannah or Jenny? We're hearing that they're grade C trees, and I didn't know that trees were graded A, B, C or whatever, and that potentially they were planted by the owner of the plant world themselves 34 years ago. Do you have any information on that, or can you update, please?
There are some category B trees that will be removed as identified in submitted arboricultural reports. Lots of our category C trees, which are, I believe, trees that are below 15 centimetres in diameter, will have multiple stems. So yes, there are some category B trees, but the majority are category C trees, I believe.
Okay, thank you. We just need to have a 2-minute adjournment. We'll soon be at the right time.
Legal advice.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. You're right back again now. I just wanted to see whether or not members have any other questions before we move into debate. Councillor Wood.
Yeah, just a question on the kind of 2 kilometers to the town centre bit. Is that actually a policy thing, or is that just a consideration for people that will be living there?
Right. Okay, going to my report. Yeah, the 2 kilometre thing is relating to benchmarks for walkable neighbourhoods. So the government's National Design Guide defines walkable as local facilities that are within walking distance, which is generally considered to be no more than a 10-minute walk, which is approximately 800 metres radius. And that is also backed up by walkable neighbourhoods, which is a document by Sustrans, which recommends that 800 metres is the longest the majority of people are willing to walk to meet their daily needs. Based on that.
So is that more a guidance issue, or is that a legality?
Yeah, it's a guidance issue, but the fact is that it's 400 metres outside the defined development boundary, which is contrary to the spatial it's spatial strategy anyway.
Okay, thank you. Any other points or questions, or shall we now move to the debate? Councillor Major.
Thank you, Chair. I want to support this application, but I do have concerns with this whole tree issue. Although it's reported that the owners planted themselves, well, I think that's regardless. If we then were potential, I know they're going to retain quite a lot, there's quite a few to come out. And if we constantly cut down the younger ones, then we're never going to have those more significant trees, even though they're replaced in that longer period. So for me, I would support it if there was a real serious mitigation plan to put forward to the future management of the trees on site to protect them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jespers.
Yes, Councillor Sherry Jesperson, Hillfoot and Upper Terence Ward. The few applications that I've seen recently have given me more trouble than this one. Because my heart wants to support it, but my head tells me that it is completely and absolutely contrary to policy, the policy that this committee has sweated blood, sweat and tears for the last 5 years to uphold in the teeth of not having the 5-year housing land supply. It's contrary to the local plan policy, which identified the 18 sustainable villages, and Milton and Sour is not one of them. and it's in the local plan set out very clearly what the exceptions might be to the sustainability policy, and this doesn't meet them, that policy, and it's not supported by our housing enabling team. So it seems to me that in terms of the principle of development, the barriers are really, really quite high. It's the starting point is a no. So if this committee, members of this committee wants to support this application and turn that no into a yes, we have to find some material planning considerations that are sufficiently high to overcome that really very high policy barrier that this has to go, that we have to overcome. And I haven't found them yet, but I hope that we'll have a debate that if I can see that people are minded to support this. And so that's what we have to do. We have to find material planning considerations that are weighty enough to overturn the fact that this is contrary to policy, and therefore the principle of development is not acceptable. I'll kick off with saying one that we could put in the pot if we like is the fact that it does deliver 7 homes, and 7 homes that are 7 homes are 7 homes when all said and done. I'm aware of the fact that they don't meet the requirement of the housing enabling team, so they don't meet the policy, but there are still 7 homes that are good. I think the fact that it is a non-sustainable location, technically, no, I mustn't say it's a non-sustainable location. On the other hand, we do know that there's a regular bus service and a cycle lane, so it's not within walking distance of the town of Gillingham and the facilities, but there is a bus service and a cycle lane. So as sustainable location, it's not the most unsustainable location we've seen. That's my starter for 2. Over to anybody else.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Barry Cooper, the Whitwell North. Yeah, I mean, what concerns me makes that this application is the removal of the trees, and it's outside the settlement boundary, and my concern is if this went ahead, then there might not be any stopping further development on that site. So, as it's contrary to policy, if it was within the settlement boundary, yeah, I'd support it. But in a sense, I can't really support it. Support to approve it. I support the applicant, the officer's recommendation at this point in time.
Thank you. Councillor Rivers.
Certainly to ride out Gillingham Ward. I know this area well, and I realise that this application is contrary to strategic planning policy. But I think this site actually has got a lot going for it, and we should take it as an exception case. You can see it's sandwiched between, you've got the school to the north, which is used by Gillingham residents. To the south, just off that roundabout to the left, is the pharmacy, doctor's surgery, dentist, and co-op, and that's further on down. But Milton on Stour is classed as part of the parish of Gillingham. And so there's plenty of places I can think of development sort of just over the settlement boundary in Gillingham, which have a similar way to walk into town. So for me, I think this is a fairly sustainable location. You've got a bus service, as we've heard. You've got the pathway, a very decent pathway that goes from Gillingham onto the right of the B3092 up to the school. And I think it's in a very good location in that respect. It's also bringing forward 7 dwellings, 3 of which will be first homes with the local connection. That's a plus as well. It's good design. It's not overbearing. It's the scale is very good. It's pleasing, and also it's well screened. And there is a need for local people, and it'll help revive the village. And there's very good access. Yes, I'm sorry we would lose trees. But if this is approved, I would like make provision for a tree mitigation plan to be in the conditions, and also maybe some off-site planting to mitigate for the tree loss. I'd be happy to propose to approve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Wood.
Yeah, I mean, my main thing here is obviously the distance issue, right? It's distance in some places to go. And some people are inclined to drive no matter how far you are from whatever amenity you're trying to access. My question would really be more like, is there anything in there related to kind of climate change mitigation stuff, like, you know, solar panels or charging points for electric vehicles, things like that? Or is that not?
Does that want to? So that's what question. Hannah? Jenny?
I'm just having a quick look at the relevant parts of my report.
Sorry.
Bear with me. To do with sustainability. So a sustainability statement was submitted, which confirmed that the dwellings will comply with building regulations in respect of energy and water efficiency. Solar panels and air source heat pumps will be considered to generate power and help to heat the dwellings. Natural stone would be sourced from local quarry. So that's sort of the extent of what's been proposed. So yeah, solar panels and air source heat pumps are a consideration for the applicants.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have a proposal? Do we have any other?
Just take a link quickly.
Yes.
Sorry,
I just need to say something.
Thank you. It's just in connection with Councillor Rideout's comment about off-site planting. There's obviously the blue area shown in the ownership of the applicant. So if committee were minded to grant the application, there would be a requirement for a Section 106 agreement to secure the first homes. And it would also be possible to include requirements if you felt that the red line that was shown here wasn't big enough to properly mitigate in terms of landscaping, a requirement for a landscaping scheme that relates to the blue area of the site, potentially in the legal agreement, just to note. And then also there would need to be a range of conditions that captures the discussion of the committee in terms of the need for the standard highways conditions, landscaping and maintenance and such like. And I would, subject to Phil's comments, request that was delegated to officers to come up with a list of relevant conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Is that something you'd like to come back to? So I vote. Yeah, sorry. Phil.
Thanks, Chair. So normally, so the proposal to approve from Councillor Rideout, we need a seconder to take that forward, and usually before going to a vote, I've sort of asked for a short adjournment in order to put headline conditions to members so that you can be sure that what's been proposed and seconded reflects what you actually, how you actually want to see the development seen, and that those conditions adequately address any concerns that you might have as a committee. So we normally ask for a 10 or 15 minute adjournment if the proposal is seconded. Obviously, if it's not seconded, it falls, and we would move on seeking another proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So from that, do we have any seconders? No, it doesn't seem like it. Okay. Councillor Wood.
Can I just ask, would we be able to condition the kind of solar panel air source as stuff, or is it just a consideration for them to decide what they want to do? Like,
Sorry, the condition.
Solar panels, it's not in there.
No. Thank you, Chair. There isn't a policy that could necessitate that we condition a particular type of renewable technology, but the new building regs, which these dwellings need to be built to, do have much higher levels of requirements in terms of insulation and other, and we often see air source heat pumps and other kind of technologies because of the building regulation requirements. And unfortunately, we can't be too prescriptive on solar panels. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right. Any other comments, members? Councillor Major.
Thank you, Chair. I don't wish to be a seconder. I mean, I'm really torn with this one, but I don't see the harm, though it takes time, because the proposal that if someone was to second this, the proposal put forward is still up for debate with the, can't think of the right word, sorry, with the points added to it. Conditions, thank you. That's still up for debate. So I am mindful actually to second Councillor Rideout's proposal to hear the potential.
Condition.
Thank you. I'm going away. Conditions for this site. I'll happily second that.
Okay, thank you for that then. So that means that we can go to the vote. Hold on a second. Yes, another little interruption.
So officers can put a list of conditions.
Okay, so first of all, what we need is an adjournment so that the officers can put something together. And then we can make that as a formal proposal. So, okay.
Yeah,
so we need about
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Is that okay? So we will now adjourn for 10 minutes, and then after that, we'll go to the vote. Okay.
dead within a year. So she put her cigarettes in the kitchen drawer and never took them out. They actually just smoked little cigars.
I just want to Hannah's okay.
But then, but she,
Are we all ready?
you know, that she still had very bad heart disease by the time.
Okay, everyone, we're ready to reconvene.
And you don't know whether it's.
So I just would like to hand over to Hannah to say a few words.
Jenny's going
Or
to,
Jenny.
sorry.
Right, the material considerations that have been raised as reasons to support the proposal include there's a bus service and a cycle lane that run past the site. It's close to the school, the doctor's surgery, and there are 7 dwellings, including 3 first homes. It's good design, it's well screened, and there is a need for new dwellings in the village. And the proposed planning conditions, suggested planning conditions are obviously the 3-year commencement condition, the plans list, the drainage condition to ensure that we get proper drainage on the site, that'd be a pre-commencement condition. And then highways have recommended a few different conditions. So estate road construction, junction completion, the new access and the existing access closure, visibility displays, no gates opening outwards, a cycle scheme to be submitted, and a construction method statement to be submitted. Drainage detail, I've already done that twice. New planting with replacement trees, tree protection plan to be adhered to, details of gutter guards to be fitted to the houses to be submitted, PD removal of Class A additions due to potential conflicts with trees. The biodiversity plan would need to be conditioned and the proposed materials would need to be conditioned. And then also a section 106 to secure the best homes and landscaping, including future maintenance of those additional views and planting.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes, Councillor Desperson, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, given the rural nature of the location, if you should be adding anything in there about lighting, because it's woodlandy, we wouldn't want harsh lighting. Is that a reasonable condition?
I believe that we could ask for details of that, but I believe it's probably also included in the biodiversity plan.
Right, okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So back to the original proposer, Councillor Ryder, does that concur?
Thank you, Chairman. That sounded good to me. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Major, as a seconder, would you concur?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Phil, just need to say something. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you, Councillor Ryder and Major, for confirming they're happy with those conditions to form part of your proposal. I would then ask that if you are content that your proposals also includes a delegation to head of planning, to work up those conditions into a formal set of conditions. You could, of course, you have the option to see the full set of conditions brought back to the committee if you wish to have them approved, or to have the delegation to head of planning in consultation with the chair. Those are the options that we would normally suggest. So if you could include as part of your proposal one of those options, so we can get the full condition wording worked up. Thank you.
Okay, so I think the choice is either delegate that back to officers or bring it back to committee to verify it. I think that makes sense.
I mean, I'd be happy for them to delegate to officers.
Councillor Major?
Yes, I would agree on that.
Okay, thank you. So could we please go to a vote with all those in favour? Those against? Look, okay, that's 3 and 3, so it's a tie. So therefore it's down to me then to make the casting vote. I think I'm inclined to vote in favour of this application. Okay? All right. Yeah, I'm in favour of the proposal. Okay, so therefore, this application P/FQL/2024/01781, planning permission is granted subject to the proposal that we've just outlined. Okay, so thank you very much for that. We can now move on
Chair,
to.
can I just say,
Yeah, sorry.
it's been a difficult decision.
So Fry.
Yeah, Councillor Fry, Dorchester West. It's a difficult decision. I don't dislike the application, but I've voted against because it's outside policy, and I support. If we don't work to our policies, then we're daft. So that's my reason for going against. But in principle, I like what I see.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm very conscious of the time now. It's 20 minutes to 1, and soon we'll be up to the 3 hours. So, as a committee, do we want to carry on, or would we like to take a break?
Carry on. Can I propose we go beyond our 3 hours?
We'll go
Mr.
beyond
Chairman?
our 3 hours. Okay, everyone agrees? Okay, so therefore we'll carry on for that. Thank you. So, go on to agenda item 9. This is again Plant World Nurseries, application number P/FQL2024/01782 at Kendall Lane, Milton on Stour, Gillingham, SP8 5QA. This is to be presented by Jenny Ross. Sorry. Oh, we just need to get Councillor Coffey. So just need to set them up very fine. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, Jenny, please go ahead.
So as explained, this is an application for a cafe and a workshop at Park World. As before, it's a village location outside any settlement boundary, and it's approximately 400 meters north of the nearest settlement boundary, Gillingham. And this time we're looking at the red line, which is in here. So as seen before, this is the Park World site here, and there is lots of heavy tree planting to the south site. Site constraints are as before, so I won't go into detail there again. As the site is outside of the development boundary, countryside policies apply. Development must be of a type appropriate in the countryside, or there must be an overriding need for it to be located in the countryside. Figure 8.5 of the local plan lists types of developments that are considered appropriate in the countryside. And the relevant section here is supporting economic development. Cafe is ancillary to the business, or would be ancillary to the business, and is considered to be an expansion of the existing employment sites. It would support the nursery business, it would provide further employment, and it would provide a community meeting place, and now that the village shop is no longer there. It's considered that the cafe would relate well to the main nursery business. Currently there is a section 106 agreement which prevents food and drink from being sold on the site, and this needs to be modified in the event planning permission is granted. The workshop, however, which would be for Class EG use, which is the old B1 use, which is development that is development that is suitable for being within a residential area, is speculative development. There's currently no end user known. This is not related to the functioning of the nursery. It does not pertain to the expansion of existing employment sites. And there is no overriding need for the independent workshop in the countryside. Therefore, the principle of the workshop is contrary to Policy 20 of the local plan. And we have the proposed site plan. So as before, the new access would be located here and the existing access would be stopped up and a hedge planted here. The cafe in this location here and the proposed workshop here. There'll be 2 disabled parking spaces for the cafe and 2 allocated spaces for the workshop, with existing parking for customers and the nursery up here, staff parking here. There is some cycle parking proposed here. Then we have good visibility in both directions, and the Highway Authority is supportive of this proposal. The cafe and the workshop would both have timber cladding under a slate roof. The scale and design of the cafe is considered acceptable. You can see the floor plan here with seating areas here and here. This is the proposed workshop, which again, the scale and design is considered acceptable. A large seating area here, but obviously we don't have an end user currently, so we don't know exactly who would occupy this building. And we've got a site tree protection plan here. However, this time, it relates to this area for this development. The tree officer is satisfied with the protection measures, and there are a limited number of trees that would be lost. Aerial of the site again. The tree cover around it. And again, the same photographs as before. This is the entrance to the site. View to the north. View to the south with the existing access on the right. It's a beautiful Skillingham. That's the shared footpath and cycle path on the opposite side of the road. This is the southwest corner of the nursery site, and new access will be approximately here. So in terms of the principle of development, the cafe itself is considered to be acceptable, have an acceptable, be acceptable in terms of policy. However, the workshop is considered to be not policy compliant. The scale design and impact on that in appearance is considered to be acceptable. It's sufficiently far away from any neighbouring dwellings, so as not to have a negative impact on the amenity of those dwellings. In terms of heritage assets, it's fairly distant from the conservation areas and listed buildings, and also the non-designated heritage asset itself. The site is in a non-flood risk area. The Highway Authority is satisfied with the development in terms of safety, access and parking. The tree officer is satisfied with the impact upon the trees, and a biodiversity plan has been submitted and approved by the Natural Environment team, and therefore there are no concerns with regard to biodiversity. In conclusion, the proposed ancillary cafe would support the nursery business and provide further employment opportunities at the site, whilst also providing a community hub for the village. However, the proposed workshop would be unrelated to the functioning of the nursery, and it has not been demonstrated that there is an overriding need for it in the countryside. Therefore, Planning Commission, it is recommended that Planning Commission is refused, as the proposed workshop is not the type of land it's appropriate in the countryside. There's no overriding need.
Okay, thank you. Could I please ask the agent Martin Hurt to speak, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm actually the only applicant.
Please sit down.
Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry
not
if I
there.
sound a bit edgy, but I feel like I've been on the executioner's bench for the last hour or so. Good morning. My name is Martin Hurt. I only own the plant law which I started on an empty field to avoid trees in July of 1990. Plant Force has grown in the subsequent 34 years from a small nursery with farm gate sales and an element of wholesale growing to a medium-sized horticultural retail business offering our customers a full range of traditional garden products, including plants, pots, compost and fertilizer, and many of the other sundry garden items. It currently employs 17 full-time and part-time staff, including myself and my wife, and both supports and enjoys the support of the local and wider community. It now, however, needs to grow further to survive and thrive. From its beginnings in 1990, its turnover has grown steadily, but particularly since the pandemic, it has stagnated with the increasing competition from nearby supermarkets and similar but larger local businesses, almost all of which have both a cafe and a greater sales area. Plant Law's green building footprint has not increased in size in over 20 years, and some of our structures date back to 1990 when we first started. I've been in horticulture for over 40 years, and in that time, horticulture has changed dramatically. I still enjoy what I do, but our business, like so many small businesses, finds it a harsher environment in which to survive, let alone grow. Restriction on our growth will only add to difficulties caused by the burden of increasing legislation. The world still needs small traditional businesses like ourselves, even in the time of Amazon and the increase in online retail. The addition of a cafe at Plant Law would be a great benefit to our business, as figures from the Horticultural Trades Association suggest turnover can increase by as much as 30%. It would also provide a focal point for the village of Milton-on-Stour, which no longer has a shop, post office or garage. The workshop building which we are proposing will be envisioned would provide a location for and be occupied by a craft or artisan business complementary to and enhancing what we already do. We obviously do not want a disruptive business in this unit and are happy to accept the condition restricts its use within Class E to prevent it being used for a general industrial purpose. This diversification will hopefully bring in more people and improve our income stream, helping to secure our future in these difficult times. Both of the proposed buildings will be constructed from materials in keeping with the existing structures, which are timber clad or of timber construction.
About 30 seconds.
Despite the many trees surrounding them, additional planting will be done to help them blend into their surroundings. Thank you for considering our proposals, and I hope you will look favourably upon them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I please ask Councillor Barbara Hurst of Gillingham Town Council to speak?
I can't emphasise enough the need for a community facility such as this cafe. It will support economic development of Gillingham through redevelopment of an existing employment site. The other two Gillingham garden centres both have cafes, so in the interests of fairness, I think the cafe proposal is worthy of approval. As you've seen, the petition and the portal responses show that it is popular with local people. The workshop is a type of building that would be perfectly acceptable in a farm, a greenfield site, and it would be welcomed as a feature for diversity. I don't really think this is very different, except that it's a brownfield site and perhaps even more appropriate. It will be well screened from the outside, and it's a garden centre, so presumably it could be beautified with planting in its environment. Gillingham Town Council therefore believes that this development is also very much in the public interest and its benefits far outweigh its harms. And we urge the committee to approve the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please could I ask Councillor Pothecary to speak?
Thank you, Chairman. As before, I should be repeating a lot of what you already heard, I'm afraid. Plant World Nurseries is a very special garden centre. Unusually, it is a privately owned business. It has an enviable reputation for offering exceptional customer service and is very much valued by the local community. The main part of this application, as referred, is to develop a cafe. Since the closure of Milton on Stour Garage and stores, there's no natural meeting place or venue for the village residents. And this would seem to be an ideal progression for the business, but could also offer employment opportunities. 372 customers have petitioned to support the proposed plans, and I'm sure with little effort, many more names could have been planned to boost that number. As we've heard, Gillingham has 2 other garden centres, which are not locally owned and are run on totally different lines. Both have restaurants, which of course attract many visitors to their businesses. I, like most people, consider it important for businesses to have a level playing field. And as one of our local and very much valued owner-managed businesses, I would ask that the committee support this application for expansion. Highways have no concerns. There are no negative amenity issues. The scale and design was considered appropriate in this rural setting, and it accords with, as outlined by the officer's report, it accords with policies 4, 7, 11, 20, 23, 24, and 25 of the local plan. This application appears to be entirely appropriate, and I very much hope you'll be able to give it your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Would officers like to come back with any salient points? Until we just need to wait for Councillor Pothecary to leave, I think. Okay, would any of the officers like to come back with any? No, nothing to come back with. That's fine. Any questions, Councillor Fry?
Thank you, Chair. Interesting application and submission. To pick up on the officers there, the proposed workshop is unrelated to the function of the nursery, has not been demonstrated overnight need in the countryside. Surely, if it's something that's crafty related, floristry related, woodworking related, that would be associated. And we've heard from the owner that it is important for part of the business to develop the business to allow it to grow. So where do we go on that one? Because if it was a mechanic workshop, an engineering workshop, yes, I completely agree. It will be unacceptable outside the area and that. But something where people visiting the garden centre may make a use of to buy or visit classrooms and workshops, which we don't know. To me, it's prudent also that they haven't got a tenant in place yet or a person to run it, because until you've got the chicken, you can't have the egg or the egg, whichever way it's the chicken. I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Okay, would you like to come back on that?
I think, thank you for the question. I think that if it was something ancillary, then it could be considered as part of the redevelopment of the site and supporting the business. I think from the information that was provided in the application, it wasn't like the cafe part of that redevelopment and, as we've heard from the applicant, enhancing the facilities to bring it up to date. It was something that was actually quite separate and could be located in a more sustainable location on an employment site. So that's why it's contrary to the sort of spatial strategy for where we would normally provide employment buildings. However, there are benefits of the workshop, even if it was used by people not to do the business, and that has to be weighed in the planning balance, because it is a site that employs people, and there would be, a benefit from that workshop. But in terms of the officer advice, in terms of the spatial strategy, it's not where we'd normally expect to find new workshops that weren't related to the existing business and the existing sort of redevelopment and enhancement of the site itself and the existing business. I think that's a slight difference. It doesn't mean that there's not a benefit from the workshop in terms of it would employ people and there would be a benefit there. It's just the policy application would mean that it's not supported.
Thank you, Hannah. That's very helpful. To me, having read and heard what the comments, it is ancillary to the business. It will be part of the business there. So on that, and I can see the need for the cafe. You go walk around, see your plants. So on that basis, I would be happy to propose we support this application.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jesperson.
Yes, Sherry Jesperson, Hillforts and Upper Clarence Board. So yes, so this is this application doesn't give me nearly as much of a headache as the previous one did. It seems to me we have enthusiastic support for the cafe all across the board, but we're jibbing a bit at the workshop because it could be seen as contrary to policy. My own personal view about that, unlike the previous application, is I think there's possibility with possibly we're straining at the gnats here, and is it really contrary to policy? It's supported by the employment policy because it would be providing work in a village location, which is something what we have long argued for, that we want people to be able to work where they live, not have to drive into Gillingham to get to a workshop. It's reusing of a brownfield site, or it's development of a brownfield site. This is a brownfield site. It's not like they're putting a workshop in a field. It's a brownfield site. I think that a very good case could be made for it being called ancillary to the garden centre. Even yes, if it was something like floristry or something like that, but any workshop that involves people coming to the site brings footfall to the garden centre. It's not at all unusual to see a business such as this located alongside the garden centre. The Forge at Castle Gardens in Sherborne comes to mind, for example. So you go there to the garden centre and you visit the man who's doing the lovely blacksmithing, or you go to the blacksmith and you visit the garden centre. So I think it would create footfall. So in that sense, it could be seen as ancillary. And in any case, we don't know yet what the business might be that's in there, and it could be lots of things that are directly ancillary. We could have a potter in there making pots that they then sell in the garden. So there's all sorts of opportunities. So I think that I feel that to say that there is no overriding need for it to be in the countryside, but I think there is a need. We could make a fairly good case that there's a need for a workshop on a brownfield site that could be seen as ancillary to the existing business there. So I really don't have a problem. I don't see this as all that contrary to policy. I think that given that we're looking at it's a brownfield site, it's creating employment. I would be very happy to support this and to put forward when we get to it a proposal to support this.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Or shall we move on to the debate? Move on to the debate now. So anyone would like to make any points or proposals? Councillor Major.
I proposed it, so I'm happy to stick with that.
Sorry. Oh, you've already.
Yes, and
okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. And you've seconded it?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Excellent. So I think we can go to a vote now.
Well, we know we need to.
Yes, it needs to be conditioned, of course. That will mean that we'll need to adjourn for roughly 10 minutes to do that. And then we'll come back and put that formally to the vote. Thank you.
Yeah. Provide employment and viable site supports the local business and the great football. Yeah.
Is that similar basis?
Part of it.
Delegate. Yeah, so. Stable. Right. Yeah. So. Okay. 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 We're back again. Hannah and Jenny have put together some additions for a proposal. Do you just like to outline what those are?
Yeah, sure. Okay, the material considerations that have been raised as reasons to support this application include it provides local employment, it's a brownfield site, supports a local business and would create footfall for the business. And the conditions that we are suggesting are the 3-year commencement condition, the plan numbers to be conditioned, drainage details, biodiversity plan, landscaping, use class restriction to class EG, materials, and then the highways conditions again is state road construction, junction completion and close existing access, visibility displays, no gates opening outwards, cycle parking details, construction management plan. And then we were sort of wondered what the committee thought about opening hours and delivery times when they need to be conditioned.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks,
Chair, thank you. I've some very good conditions. Thank you, Jenny. I don't think we need to condition the opening hours. I think they'll be dictated by the service and the customers themselves. They're not going to be open when people are not attending.
Delivery times?
Yes.
Yes.
No, I would agree with that. I think that, however, maybe delivery times could be that the delivery times have to be when the garden centre is open. That's reasonable because there's big things delivering that. But I mean, the cafes opening times, that I've seen no reason why the cafe shouldn't stay open on the sunny Sunday afternoon, even if the garden centre might be closed, you know, and there's all sorts of odd things that restrict the opening hours of garden centres, aren't there? Whereas if the cafe is going to be just the cafe, I think, and the same in the workshop, I don't see that we need to restrict that opening hours. It's just deliveries of the thing.
Could I just make
Yes, sure.
Can I make one comment on?
Yes, Hannah's going to make a comment.
Thank you, Councillor. I think in terms of delivery times, would it be okay to agree the times that suit the business with them? Because I'm just worried that if it's opening times, it may be still acceptable the time, but they may not be open, and they may still have a delivery.
Agree it with the business.
Thank you.
Fine. Yeah, yeah.
Councillor France.
Yeah, just want to come back on delivery times. Let's not forget we already have a garden centre there that's going to take deliveries of plants and stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't think we need to worry too much about it. It's not hardly an urban area with lots of residential areas around there. And we're not looking at a major industry business, so I don't think we need to worry about that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Chairperson, are you happy with?
I'm happy with those conditions. Thank you very much. I'm happy to second it with those conditions as proposed.
So Fry, are you happy with that?
I'm very happy, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so there's a choice now in terms of whether we delegate the wording to the officers or whether we bring it back to the committee. Which option would you like to go for?
I'm happy to delegate the final wording to the officers. I think we've got a common sense decision here. We've got good officers dealing with it. Jenny's done a very good presentation to us, so happy to delegate.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think now then we can go to a vote. So all of those in favour? I think everyone is in favour. It looks pretty unanimous to me. So therefore, P/FUL/2024/01782 Bank World Nurseries, Pendle Lane, Milton on Stour, Gillingham, SPA 5QA, to grant permission to build a cafe and workshop with new vehicular access. Permission is granted conditionally and has been delegated to officers. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that.
Again, I'm minded about time. Are people happy to carry on? We've got 3 more applications to go through. Would you like to have a break, or would you like to just carry on?
Yeah, I'm happy. I personally am happy to push on.
Are we happy to carry on? Okay, that's all good then. Thank you. Are you happy?
Very happy, yeah.
Officers happy?
Yeah, they're happy.
Good. Right. Next thing is agenda item number 10. This says P/2024/03857 White Gates, 9 Churchill, Shaftesbury, SP7 8QR. This is to remove a roof and build a first floor extension. It's to be presented by Pete Markham. So Pete, could you please go ahead and present this to us? Thanks.
Good afternoon, councillors. Bear with me, I'm just loading the presentation. There's a fair few pictures on there to share with you.
Perhaps it's capacity. Then you have iPad. Well, I would move to me. Can't get honors.
Okay, so today I'll be presenting the householder planning application P-HOU-2024-03857 for White Gates, 9 Churchill in Shaftesbury. The proposal seeks to remove the existing roof and erect a first floor extension, including a slight extension to the front to form a larger porch area. The application is brought to committee following a scheme of delegation referral arising from an objection raised by the Town Council to the proposed development. The map on this slide shows the location of White Gates along the highway Churchill, which is to the west of Shaftesbury Town Centre. The proposal site is located inside of a designated settlement boundary and complies with the spatial strategy for development set out in Policy 2 of the local plan. The detached property is a bungalow which forms part of a development of 3 bungalows to the north of Churchill. Of the 3 bungalows, White Gates is set back the furthest from Churchill and cannot be directly viewed from Churchill as it's naturally screened by vegetation and a garage. The northern boundary of the property borders the A30. The aerial photograph on the left of this slide gives a closer look at the existing site, and on the right you can see images of the primary elevation and the rear elevation of the existing dwelling. The images on this slide are from around the site, clearly demonstrating the verdant character of the area and how the property is well set back and naturally screened from public view. The blue triangle is the view west along Churchill, taken east of the entrance driveway to the 3 bungalows. Yellow diamond is the view east along Churchill, taken west of the entrance driveway to the 3 bungalows. And the red circle is towards the property from the A30, which is screened by mature vegetation and trees. There are partial views of the property from the A30, of which there is no public footpath and would only be seen from passing vehicles. This slide shows photographs from within the site. The orange star shows the relationship between the application site and the neighbouring bungalow, Moonacre. From the rear, you can see that there are no windows on the side elevation here and that would be impacted by the proposal. There is a good degree of separation between the 2 plots. Purple hexagon shows the view from the east elevation of the property towards an open field, and the green cross is the view towards the property from the access drive to the 3 bungalows. Here you can see the garage and mature vegetation further screening White Gates from Churchill. This slide you can see the floor plan of the existing dwelling. And here we have the proposed floor plans with the slightly larger porch area and the additional first floor accommodation added within the roof void, which would be extended. This slide, you can see the elevations of the existing dwelling. And here we have the proposed elevations with the first floor extension and new roof. The proposed height of the roof ridge would be 6.66 metres from ground level, an increase of 0.65 metres from the existing bungalow. The massing of the dwelling has increased, changing from a pyramid-type roof to a gabled roof, with the new gable ends created on the south primary elevation and the west side elevation. External walls are designed to match the existing dwelling with a brickwork plinth at the base and white render above. The primary elevation includes a glazed section in the centre of the elevation, which was slightly contentious. Concerns were raised about the amount of glazing, but this section would be under a well-recessed roof of approximately 1 metre, which is visible on the floor plans. The roof overhang would provide some shade for the glazed screen and reduce any light spill. This slide, you can see the existing dwelling roof plan next to the proposed roof plan. The new roof would include 2 dormers and a Velux roof light on the east elevation roof, 2 dormers on the north elevation roof, one with a Juliet balcony, and 1 dormer on the south primary elevation roof. The proposal includes a change in roofing material from concrete tiles to natural slate. You can see the outline of the recessed porch in the centre of the proposed roof, which I'm just highlighting here. The key planning considerations for this application are design, impact on designated heritage assets and the character and appearance of the conservation area, impact on neighbouring amenity, impact on biodiversity, flood risk and drainage. This is the second application for this site. The first was considered not to be acceptable. The application is a revised scheme and resubmission. The submitted scheme is considered to have followed pre-application advice given in June 2024. The proposed increased height is considered to be acceptable. You can see the dotted line of the existing dwelling against the proposed scheme. The increase of 0.65 metres is not a significant increase, and the resulting development would sit comfortably with surrounding dwellings. The recessed glazed aspect in the centre of the primary elevation creates an interesting focal point, yet does not dominate the appearance of the dwelling or adversely impact on the character or appearance of the conservation area due to its location well within the plot. This, alongside the simple design of the window on the gable end of the primary elevation, gives a modern update to a modern bungalow. Materials which are proposed are considered to be acceptable, either to match the existing dwelling or are listed as acceptable materials in the Shaftesbury Neighbourhood Plan. Therefore, it's considered that the proposal is acceptable in terms of design and complies with Policy 24 of the local plan and Policy SFDH7 of the Shaftesbury Neighbourhood. The proposal site is located within Shaftesbury Conservation Area, shown here in the blue dotted section. The red stars on the map indicate the listed buildings in Shaftesbury, with the most significant related to the proposed scheme being the Grade 2 listed building, the Church of St John the Evangelist. This slide gives a slightly closer look at the proposal site in the context of the nearby listed church. There is also another Grade 2 listed building, 2 to 6 Long Cross, situated west along Church Hill. This is approximately 130 metres from the proposal site and is well set back from the road. In terms of visual impact and the character and appearance of the area and setting of listed buildings, you can see that there are no views of the proposal site from the public areas. The green circle shows the view south towards the church and Church Hill from in front of White Gates. You can make out parts of the west side of the church, but the views are generally blocked by neighbouring Saxon Hall, which is more prominently located on Church Hill. The red triangle is the view from the church towards the property. This photograph shows the lovely view out from the elevated point in the churchyard, which highlights the special character and appearance of this area of Shaftesbury, with a transition from urban to rural. The most visible buildings from this spot were the neighbouring properties Saxon Hall and the Vikings. And the blue star is the view of the church from Church Hill. The area has a ranging mix of housing types and sizes. Some have had some alterations. The next images show examples of the housing around the proposal site to show the nature of the area and character and appearance of other dwellings, starting with the closest properties. The pink rectangle is the view of the closest property, the bungalow Moonacre, which remains largely unaltered. The turquoise cross is the view of the bungalow The Vikings, located closest to the highway of the 3 bungalows, but it has been altered and has dormer windows on the primary elevation. And then the silver moon is the view of the neighbouring Saxon Hall. It is noted that Saxon Hall has a large glazed aspect on the primary elevation and sits more prominently in the conservation area. We have further examples showing the mix of housing situated more prominently on Church Hill. Gold Pentagon is the view of the west of the proposal site of a 2-storey semi-detached dwelling on the north side of Church Hill. The brown square is a view of the west to the west of the proposal site of a bungalow and a 2-storey semi-detached dwelling on the south side of Church Hill. And the white octagon is a view east of the proposed site of a 2-storey semi-detached dwelling on the north side of Church Hill. A key consideration if the development proposes to update a modern dwelling with a design which would not detract from the verdant nature of Church Hill and which is naturally screened from public view by mature vegetation and set back from the highway. As stated, there is a varied mix of housing types and sizes. Extensions to the dwelling in its location would not in any way harm the significance of the listed buildings that surround the site and their setting or the conservation area itself. Therefore, it was considered to comply with Policy 5 of the local plan. With regard to neighbouring amenity, it was considered that the proposal would not cause overbearing issues to any neighbouring properties and would comply with Policy 25 in the local plan. In regard to biodiversity, a preliminary roost appraisal was submitted in support of the application, which outlined that there was no evidence of protected species at the time of the survey, and it was considered that proposed works will have no further impact on biodiversity than the existing dwelling. Regarding flood risk, the property is located within flood zone 1 and not a risk of fluvial flooding or groundwater flooding. As indicated on the image on screen, parts of the proposal site are within areas mapped within 1 in 1,000 year surface water flooding events, which is low risk. This was not considered to be any more at risk than the existing dwelling. In summary, the principle of development is just to be acceptable. In terms of design, the proposal to update a modern dwelling with a modern design is considered to be an improvement and enhancement of the existing dwelling. I think it's difficult to say that the proposed alterations to the bungalow would be harmful and difficult to justify considering the varied mix of housing in the area. The proposal is not considered to cause harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area or neighbouring listed buildings and their setting. Development would not adversely impact on residential amenity. There would be no harmful impact on biodiversity or flood risk. The proposal is judged to comply with the policies of the local plan, the neighbourhood plan and NPPF, and no material planning considerations indicate otherwise. Therefore, it's the officer's recommendation to grant planning permission subject to the conditions as set out in the officer report.
Okay, thank you. Please could I ask Councillor Virginia Edwin Jones to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Chair. Good afternoon. While Shaftesbury Town Council would wish to support homeowners wherever possible in renovations and improvements to their property, we object to proposed alterations in this planning application. The applicant sought pre-planning guidance and the comments from the planning officer were, I am unable to encourage you to submit a planning application based upon the current proposals, which fail to accord with planning policy requirements. Significant amendments would be required to make the development acceptable, namely the following. Design. The primary elevation looks unbalanced with too much glazing and does not conform with the character of the area and neighbouring properties. Design. Reduce roof height to be informed by the general pattern of heights in the area. Choice of materials. Composite cladding is not a typical material found on Shaftesbury. Impact on the setting of the conservation area. And then further on page 4, in terms of design, the proposed development is considered not to be informed by the area it is located in and does not improve the character or quality of the area. The primary elevation appears unbalanced with too much glazing, which is considered to be inconsistent with the local vernacular and the architecture prevalent in the area within the preamble to Policy 24 of the local plan. It details the requirements of the scale, height and massing of a building. The scale, massing and height of a proposal should be related to any adjoining buildings, the general pattern of heights in the area, views, vistas and landmarks.
Shaftesbury Town Council, whilst it hadn't seen the pre-application, concurred completely with these comments. The planning officer subsequently contacted us for more detail on our thoughts in relation to the full application. Whilst we take on board the planning officer's view that the applicant has responded to these recommendations by altering the ridge height of the proposed extension and withdrawing the suggestion of cedar-type cladding, this doesn't alter the main issue, namely that whilst this had been billed as a remove existing roof and build first floor extension, it is in fact a major and total remodelling of the existing bungalow. The house as it currently stands, we consider the proposed alterations to be excessive and architecturally incoherent, relating in no way to the other two neighbouring properties, and leaving the remaining bungalow in this small close dwarfed by its neighbour. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning officers, do you need to come back on anything?
I'll just make a quick comment on the pre-application advice. Pete's outlined it in his report and mentioned it in the presentation. As we've heard from the town council, the officers considered that the points were taken on board, the ridge was reduced, and are now happy that this scheme, as Pete's outlined in his detailed presentation, wouldn't actually have those adverse impacts due to the changes. Yeah, there's nothing else to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to questions. Does anyone have any questions with regard to the application? No, so we will then go straight on to debate. So does anyone have anything to say? Councillor Major.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a really nice design, and you know, the officers have put forward the case that there's nothing, can't think of the right words now. There's no planning reason why we would say no to it. And on that merit, I would be happy to support.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rideout.
Chairman, Linda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. I feel the same as my fellow councillor, actually. It's the application and the extension to the dwelling that has been amended following pre-app advice. It's contained with its own curtilage, so well screened. It might not be nice or designed for a house, but you know, it's acceptable, I think. Yeah, thank you. And I'd be happy to second the proposal.
Okay, so can we take that?
Councillor Fry, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, Councillor Fry. Go ahead.
I would say that both of my colleagues have said the same thing that I was going to say. I'm happy with this. I know we heard some very good comments from town councillor from Shaftesbury, but I think overriding fact it's not a problem. There's no planning reason to turn this down. We had a very good, and thank you, Pete. It was a really good presentation from you, very clear and concise and very helpful with the pictures, extra pictures there showing us what's going on in the area around.
That's a good presentation.
Yeah. Councillor Major, was that actually a proposal by you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rideout. That was the seconding, if you like. Well, on that sort of basis, I think we could put that to a vote. So all those in favour? I think that looks unanimous. Thank you very much. So P/HOU/2024/03857 Whitegates 9 Churchill Shafts SB7 AQR. The planning permission for this application has been granted. Thank you. Okay, we now have two applications that are closely related, but they'll be voted on and decided separately. This is for County Hall at Dorchester, and it will be presented by Claire Lewis. So, Claire, could you please go ahead and present this first one for us?
Yes, second. Thank you, Chair. So yes, this application comes before members because the land's owned by Dorset Council, and the proposal seeks to demolish and rebuild sections of the boundary walls. The site of the proposed works is shown here in red.
It's a section of Dorchester's historic Grade 2 listed town walls, which now serve as the boundary to Politon Park and the Politon Park Roman House scheduled monument, which is shown here. The town walks, shown in green, which are a registered park and garden, abut the town walls to the west and to the north. And the original Roman walls and town walks are also scheduled monuments. Furthermore, the entire area falls within the designated Dorchester Conservation Area, which is shown in blue dots on the map. The walls sit on a raised ground and are visible from various vantage points, albeit many of those glimpses, those are glimpses of the town walls because they're lined by mature trees. The extent of these trees adjacent to the walls can be seen on these elevation plans here. This site plan shows the extent of the wall to be demolished and rebuilt. So again, that section in red, which is to be carefully dismantled and rebuilt. So despite the significant historic value of the listed wall and surrounded assets, there is a clear case for the proposed development, or the proposed demolition and rebuild of the walls to take place. So in terms of the case for development, these were once freestanding Victorian walls, but they now act as a retaining structure for the infill of County Hall and the surrounding car park. And as a result of this pressure and load, the walls have suffered significant stress, resulting in deformations like leaning and tilting and cracking and bulging, to the extent that they're now at risk of collapse. And are being temporarily supported with props, which has been the case for a couple of years now. So significant weight does have to be given to heritage asset when considering any planning application that may affect it. And in this case, the walls are, the works of the walls is deemed essential due to the poor condition of the section to the northwest of County Hall. And all the parties that have been consulted in relation to these historic assets all agree that if repair work is not undertaken, then the wall will remain at high risk of collapse, and therefore the public benefit outweighs the harm. The proposal as submitted includes many details that will serve to limit the harm to heritage assets. These include a strict methodology for all stages of the demolition and rebuild process, that there'll be careful supervised demolition by hand. And in terms of power tools, there's only a small selection of power tools that have been agreed to be used, and this will continue to be sort of directed on site. There'll be some on-site supervision by an archaeologist during the excavation and demolition phases. A detailed photographic record of the entire project will be collected. Historic fabric will be salvaged and reused wherever possible. Skilled craftspeople will be used to carry out the works, and a sample panel will be built and will be approved by conservation officers and will then remain in situ throughout the works and be used as like a benchmark for all the subsequent workmanship. The town walls, this is looking north, they're lined with mature trees, which have been assessed by an arboricultural specialist, and they'll be protected from damage throughout the proposed works. And the arboricultural method statement of works is secured by condition number 5. Terrace fencing, scaffolding and props will be used throughout the demolition and construction works to protect both the assets and public safety. The curved wall on the upper section of the north elevation is to be replicated and reinstated adjacent to the gate pier on the west elevation, because this was previously lost during earlier works to the wall. And as can be seen here, the walls appear much lower on the Colleton Park side, which is due to ground level changes resulting from car park infilling over preceding decades. The ground levels adjacent to the wall will be reduced and infilled with soil in this area here, and wildflower seed planting to reveal more of the historic walling and to create a buffer zone between the cars and the historic wall. There were six separate heritage assets that were considered in relation to the application. The Grade 2 listed walls, the conservation area, Grade 1 listed Roman house, the scheduled monument Colleton Park Roman house, and the scheduled monument Roman walls, and then the registered park and garden town walks. The overall impact on the above heritage assets has been carefully considered, and whilst there is harm resulting from the proposal, the essential nature of the works, securing the longevity of the listed walls, and improving public safety all serve to outweigh the harm in the planning balance. So in summary, all material considerations have been assessed, and the proposal meets the requirements of the North Dorset Local Plan and the NPPF. So officers recommend that members grant approval for the scheme, and the summary on the screen mentions that the principle of development is acceptable, the scale, design, impact and character and appearance has all been replicated in terms of scale and design to minimise harm to the character and appearance of the works. There's no demonstrable impact on neighbour amenity. Heritage assets have already been discussed, and it's considered that the harm is outweighed by public benefit. The proposal will not alter or increase the risk of flooding. And in terms of highways, because it's a structure within 6 metres of the highway, technical approval for the works will be required and will be gained from the appropriate department prior to works commencing. And these are the planning conditions that have been added. The planning condition 3 relates to a programme of archaeological works, which will be in accordance with a written scheme of investigation. And then number 4 is a very detailed initial work schedule from the architects, which goes through demolition, groundworks, reconstruction and landscaping, and outlines every aspect of those works and how they'll be undertaken in order to protect the assets. And then the final one is the arboricultural method statement to protect the trees and their RPAs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we go to any questions. Councillor, let's try.
Thank you, Les. Try Dorset West. This is my ward. I know this wall extremely well, not quite intimately, but walking past it, we did have some issues with the young local people throwing stones down on the roads before. So the Harris fencing was put up partly at some of our local requests there. It's a great wall. It's a brilliant wall. It's a great heritage asset. But if we don't look after it, it'll fall down. And really pleasing to see the detail behind this thing. So I am very happy to propose this is accepted. We grant this one, please, because it just makes common sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Major.
I concur with Councillor Fry's points, not least the safety aspect, but actually it's been an eyesore for a couple of years now, all this, temporary supports. So yeah, I welcome it. I'm happy to second that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jesperson.
Yes, just it's a relief to see this application come forward to finally get on with this work. I was going to say, and who better than Dorset Council to know how to manage this work and do it properly, until I remembered, of course, that it was our predecessor council that ruined the wall in the first place by building the car park. So that's a very difficult historical action. But so I would just say Dorset Council, could we please do better this time, put right the damage we've done, and the sooner the better. So I absolutely support it.
Okay, thank you. So we have a proposer and a seconder. So please could we put this to a vote? Are those all in favour? I think that looks unanimous to me. Therefore,
we propose the second one as well at the same time.
Sorry?
We propose the second one as well, because
well, I think there's another presentation that goes with that.
It's very brief.
So I think we'll have to do that together. P/FUL/2024/03916 at County Hall, Colleton Park, Dorchester, DT1 1XJ. Planning permission has been granted to demolish and rebuild the boundary walls. Thank you for that. So now we move on to the next application, P/LBC/2024/03235, also at County Hall, Fullerton Park, Dorchester, DT1 1XJ. Claire, could you please do your presentation?
Thank you, Chair. So as per the previous application, the site is part of these walls forming the north and western boundaries. Because the walls are grade 2 listed and therefore any works affecting the structure are subject to listed building consent, all factors affecting the proposal have been considered in making the recommendation for the full application. So the purpose of this application is only to consider the impact of the proposals on the listed asset itself. And there's the listed entry on the screen and the site itself. As a quick reminder of the site, and the image top left shows the wall prior to the supporting props and fencing being added. It'd be nice to return to that. For context, here is the site plan again, showing the extent of the walls to be demolished and rebuilt. There's a detailed history of the walls in the supporting heritage statement, which accompanies the application. But in short, the listing entry for the wall is that it's early 18th century, with alternate bands of ridgeway or Portland rubble and flints, red brick coping, ramps to circular red brick piers with gadrooned ashlar capitals. And the walls are situated on the line of the original Dorchester Roman walls, which is a scheduled monument and was part of the defences of the Roman town Dernavaria. So it's without doubt that a partial demolition and rebuilding of the listed asset will result in harm to its historic significance. However, this harm is considered to be less than substantial, and the proposal includes many details that will serve to limit the harm to the wall. The detailed and carefully considered methodology behind the proposals ensures that it meets paragraph 206 of the NPPF, which is at the top there in red. Any harm to or loss of the significance of a designated heritage asset from its alteration or destruction or from development within its setting should require clear and convincing justification. And that's been provided by the applicants in terms of limiting the harm, which we went through in the previous application. There's also some benefits to be gained. That restatement of the original curvature of the wall adjacent to the gatepost on the western side, and then the revealing of some of the lower wall on the Fullerton Park side. And of course, the additional biodiversity from the wildflower seed planting. So in summary, less than substantial harm will result from the proposal. However, the essential nature of the works, securing the longevity of the grade 2 listed wall and improving public safety all serve to outweigh this harm, and we recommend that you grant listed building consent.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Propose we grant, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rideout.
I would second that, thank you.
Thank you. Please can we go to a vote with all those in favour putting up their hands? Unanimous. So therefore, P/LBC/2024/03235, County Hall, Colleton Park, Dorchester, DT1 1XJ, the proposal to demolish and rebuild boundary walls. Planning permission has been granted. Thank you. And I think we can now declare the, well, actually, I can't quite declare the end of the meeting yet because we've got a couple more.
Items 13 and 14.
Yes. Section 13 and 14. As far as I know, we do not have any urgent items. Section 14, we do not have any exempt business. Therefore, I think I can declare this meeting closed. The North Area Planning Committee at 13:50 on Tuesday, of course, October. Thank you very much, everyone, for your effort today. Thank you very much.